Okay, we are here. I'm just readjusting the screen real quick so I can see where stuff is. This will come over to here. That needs to stay open. That can go away. I'm just closing excess windows real quick. Okay, that should be good. That can go away. Okay. So, we are ready for today's stream. Just need to get everything set up. And yeah, I was eating some really dirt cheap pizza. So, basically, frozen pizza with bacon added to it and some seasoning because, well, frozen pizzas are just kind of meh. So let's go ahead, save and exit. I was rearranging some stuff for a second, but hopefully everyone is doing well. We're going to slowly have people wandering in. I'm going to create a private game for this one because I need to gain a few levels. So let's go ahead and create game. See if it actually shows the password now. I know that I had it set up so that it's supposed to show them, but it only seems to really show them whenever I am in one of those, like, just the quick lobbies. Does that actually go on him? Not quite yet. Level 22, he's level 20. Okay. But we have stuff lined up for them as they get up into the mid-20s. We'll be fairly well off. But we've got an Izzy to kill. So let's do that first.
Hail to you, champion.
And also, sell all the excess nonsense of these that we do not need. Sell that, sell that. I want to have the good mana potions until we get up to the meditation, simply because it's going to make life about 1,000,000 times easier. I'm just going to drink those. But anywho, and I still haven't transferred over the charms. I should do that real quick before we even jump in, huh? Let's do that real quick. Because the charms are on the Necromancer. It'll give us extra resist. It'll make us more survivable. Let's see. What level for a Barbarian should you be able to beat Talrasha's Tomb? Like, beat Duriel? Low 20s. You can actually beat him before that. You can usually beat him around... I'm forgetting what level requirement Malice has, but you should be able to beat him before you can equip a Malice. With a Flail Barbarian, that is. That said, he is still going to be a pain, and you are going to want to use the Thawing Potions thing, so... just in case you're curious. But yeah, those are going to be the things you want to be looking for. The Thawing Potion thing, basically you drink a bunch of Thawing Potions, it gives you cold resist for 30 seconds per potion. So you can stack that up to... you could stack that up to an hour if you wanted to. You could stack it up to 10 hours. But for the most part, it's just there to... let's see. Get those in. I keep not doing those. I need to. Got a whole bunch of circlets too, so save and exit. But yeah, usually I generally am into Act 3 by level 20. But if you're struggling on it, you can level up to your mid-20s in Act 2 using the tombs. Just go through and kill the enemies in the tombs, get up to like 24, 25. It's fairly quick. And you should have more than enough strength and stuff to do that. Okay, so now that we're in, we're going to be go ahead and kicking around. We're going to probably not be too stressful today. We're just going to kind of focus in on just getting through the norms. Finding any good uniques with the Sorceress? Not yet. We're using some resist gloves, but it's not urgent that we get those. honestly, they're nice to have, but not 100% necessary, if that makes sense. Worst case scenario, we craft some caster gloves, but I don't even think we need that. And do I want to bother with either of those? Not yet. Those require too high of level. This one will be getting... not at all. Okay. So there we go. We have level 25 to get our spirits. And that's why we've been kind of dumping strength. We're not going to get our shield spirit until 54, so we're not in a huge rush for it, but... yeah, we transferred stuff in from the Necro. It'll be nice. But yeah, generally speaking, this is one of those games where if you're having trouble, don't be afraid to just kind of like chill in an area, do some magic find, do some leveling, do some stuff like that. It's not going to kill your run to do that. There's no time limits or restrictions like that on the items. So let's go with Firebolt on left, Fireball on right, F1, F2, F3. No, we want F3 on you. We should be good. We've got our leaf on, right? Yeah. So these guys, a little bit of a pain, but not terrible. We should be getting some mana back. I could go with a tier helmet if I wanted to, but I think we're better off with what we got. So as far as most of the enemies here, shouldn't be too much of a hassle. Especially not on players 1. These guys are going to be probably the most troublesome in taking several fireballs, but we have our mercenary with Blood Thief to actually help out with that. And we've got an extra fast boss down here, which is going to be good XP. Yes. So, generally speaking, our goal is to try and get a surplus on mana potions, but right now we are not succeeding at that. But if I had Mage Fist, I would totally use that. Oh, fine. I probably should have gone and gotten one of my flawless gems. So let's see. How are we doing on mana efficiency? I'm not actually sure. I can check that in uno momento. Because we might be at the point where that's 11 mana for almost 300 damage, and this is 2.5. So I think we are still more efficient with Firebolt. But Fireball hits multiple things. Hey, Andre, how's it going? What's my stream schedule? I occasionally stream earlier in the day. I've yet to determine exactly what I want the stream schedule to be, but it is looking like evening Central Time is going to be a little bit better for me. But I will be trying to do some earlier streams as well. I'm thinking probably this time onward for most of the time, though. Because I still need to actually set up regular art streams as well, which is something that I've been pretty bad at as well, unfortunately. It's one of those things that I want to do all these things, but I don't always have the energy to do it all. But we will have a video out tomorrow morning. I've actually recorded the audio for it. I have not recorded the background video for it. So that's going to be what I'm doing after I get done streaming today. I'm going to hop on, do that, upload it, and have the video ready for tomorrow. I have a few others that are on the burners, but not quite ready to release yet. And I'm not sure I'll be streaming tomorrow. There's about a 50-50 chance. I'm thinking for this channel, the main days I'm going to be focusing on streaming are going to be, if possible, Saturday, Sunday, probably Thursday. Although, no, actually, no, I can't do Thursday. Crap. Thursday's a no-go. Good to know, yeah. There aren't enough hours in the day to do all the things that need to be done, much less the things that want to be done. It really does just... But yeah, I'm thinking Mondays will be pretty good. Saturdays and Sundays should usually be good, unless I've got, issues going on, so... Saturday, Sunday, Monday will probably be the mains. But yeah, I am using Firebolt and Fireball together. Because, well, Firebolt is just so much more efficient. And whenever I'm only dealing with 1 or 2 guys, might as well. That's a nice Rawl rune. And yes, we are still working on getting our runes together. Yeah, I enjoy Diablo too. I enjoy other action RPGs too. Like I said, we will be covering Last Epoch. We'll be covering probably I think it would be my 4th try at Path of Exile. I've beaten it before they made it long, so I think I can beat it again. But I want to get those together and actually want to do like a review of Diablo 2 alternatives as well and what their pros and cons are. I think Diablo 2's biggest strength is its itemization, though. I really do think the way Diablo 2 handles items is, at least as far as the actual like item types, uniques, crafted, that kind of stuff. I think how it handles those is exceptional, even compared to like modern action RPGs. There are some quality of life things that newer ones do better, but it's one of those things where I do want to compare them. I want to take a look at it and kind of cover it. I am not beholden to Blizzard, but I do know that Diablo 2 is my bread and butter. So let's go ahead and get another Fireball level, I think. Yeah. Let's go ahead and max that out. Although we are at a point where I might consider putting into the Path 2 Frozen Orb, because right now we are doing more than enough damage for me. And I see Izzy Wizzy Wuzzy. Let's go ahead and clear things off of our mercenary, because these things are all going to be melee. Mercenary, don't die. And now we just sit here and do this. We could do this number. Whittle him down a little bit with a static field. And then go on him. Ooh, an Ort rune. Nice. As someone who spent stupid amount of hours in PoE and D2, you can say hand down D2R is a better and more thoughtful game experience. I actually agree with that one. I think there are things that PoE does better.
He was corrupted.
Like, I love the skill system in PoE. I hate the stat system. If that makes sense. The orb system, I hate, but I like socketing stuff in and, like, combine it to make these awesome skills. That is, like, a really cool thing. I think that skill setup is amazing. But yeah. So we've got that done. Let's go get our waypoint first before we start messing around too much. Do we have room in there? Yeah. Played Torchlight, was always quickly bored of it. You're not sure why, but one thing that irked me were the monsters do not respawn when you reload and head for lower levels again. They don't? It has been a very long time since I played Torchlight. If I did a Torchlight, I would probably be looking at the second one, because that's more directly comparable. Because the first Torchlight is actually more of the... Oh, I'm trying to remember the name of the series. Fate. It's more like Fate. If you guys haven't heard of that, that's another action RPG that is actually fairly interesting. It's not the best kind of comparison. It's more of a shovelware ARPG, but it has good ideas. And that's where things like the pet returning to town to sell stuff comes from. In case anybody's actually curious about the history of action RPGs. Games like Throne of Darkness needs to be on that list. Yes, I can get that to run just fine. It may be an old game, but it's a fairly solid one. It has kind of almost roguelike elements to it, too. So is that... that'll sell. I probably should be looking at selling stuff for gambling purposes. Let's see. I just need to find the path to the next area. Thankfully, we didn't get gloams this time, which is always a plus. There's our broadsword that won't work for what we need it for.
Not enough mana.
Although I guess we sort of could. I forget what level these enemies are, just off the top of my head. So let's see. Healing potion. Yes, we do. Yeah, we need healing potions.
Not enough mana.
Let's see. But yeah, Torchlight 1 was a drastically different experience for me than Torchlight 2. I didn't actually ever beat Torchlight 2, though. Yep, old does not mean bad by any stretch of the imagination.
I need mana.
It's been a roguelike. Have you tried Hades? Yes. I actually played it on Twitch for a while, and for the most part got absolutely zero traction on it, but it is definitely one that I want to cover on the Let's Play channel. But yeah, almost everything from Supergiant Games is good on at least some level. And honestly, I've almost considered comparing Bastion to action RPGs, but it's a little bit more action-y than RPG, so that's kind of why it stays a little bit further away from me. In your opinion, what's more rare, an Aki or Andy's helm, and which is more expensive? Oof. Depends on who you are, but I'd wager more people are looking for an Oculus. Simply because it's the cliche sorceress magic find weapon. I'm personally a bigger fan of the Tal Rasha set, but that's just me. But yeah, as far as price goes, I'm not huge on trading, so my trade values are what is the value of this to me versus what you're offering. So generally speaking, I would say the Aki would be more valuable to me than the Endarials, but can you actually go out there and fight them, mercenary, please? Nowadays, we get games that are designed to look old. Have I played Helltaker? No, I actually have not played that one. Is it any good? Okay, so we're only getting healing potions from things, which is proving to be a little bit of a pain in the ass. Is that a 3-socket flail? I need another one of those. It's an ethereal flail. I do not need one of those. You traded it for an Aki and you're a source? Yeah. That's not a bad deal. I mean, the Endarial's helm is for your mercenary, and you're going to use it on a lot more characters, if that makes sense. Personally, I generally don't lean into the Endarial's helm option, but it is a good option. I'd rather my mercenary stay alive most of the time rather than have him deal more damage, which is what Endarial's helm is leaning towards, by the way. It is the damage-oriented mercenary helmet. So you generally will see that as a bit more... Is that, no, it's like 2-socket. It is definitely a unique. The main drawback of Endarial's is the fire aspect of it. And yes, I will get that XP shrine. The fire resistance reduction can be a pain in your butt if you're going through Act 4 at all, because it's very prevalent in Act 4. So now we have 2 skill points. I'm actually going to start moving down the cold tree. Yeah, we're going to go down the cold tree. We're going to start getting up to our orb, because we're doing fine right now, and this is generally how I recommend moving towards. Moving towards your orb, by the way. What's the helm I prefer on mercenary? In single player, I pass around usually I pass around a bared vampire gaze, but Vamp Gaze is up there. Guillaume's, if I'm going offensive, is generally preferred over Endarial's for me because I like the Crushing Blow. So it's one of those things where it's personal preference. I do run an Andes, but it's got an IAS jewel with resistances on it. Polearm and Runewords for Infinity. just going through and killing things, you'll find the pole arm. Just pick up every gray item you see and you'll eventually find a 4-socket decent pole arm. Just watch the strength requirement or your character won't be able to equip it. As far as the runes, that's going to be some farming. Generally speaking, online, I would probably go for... It's a toss-up between cows and council for most of the stuff. You can do lower caressed runs whenever people are doing bale runs to kind of grab just the chests and hope, but it's going to be less efficient than it is in single player where you know exactly where the chests are. But generally speaking, you do that while they're getting to bale, then you go with them to bale and kill the stuff there. But yeah, it's a tough one, getting all the stuff for Infinity. Usually you're going to have to trade for that online or spend a very, very long time grinding it out. But yeah, as far as other helmets for Mercenary, you can actually go Delirium on some Mercenaries. The Act 2 Mercenary is not a good one for it, but Delirium on an Act 5 Mercenary can be a lot of fun. So we don't need either of those. Let's go ahead and fill up on potions. I'm going to go ahead and get probably 3 rows of mana potions in here. And no, we have not found a Stone of Jordan. This will probably be the character that I farm it with, because she's going to be just good at it. But beyond that, I think we're good. What level are you? Level 20 still? Oof. Oof. Let's see. Yeah, once we hit about 27, I'll go rehire another mercenary. So let's get this shrine. Go down. I still love the redesign of the River of Flame. It's so well done. Caress. That's horrible. Currently, you prepare for facing Mephisto, but the enemies in Caress all just keep running away. Oh, because you already did the council quest. That's not a bad thing that they run away. But yeah, leveling up off of them becomes a pain then. If you're in normal, go ahead and do... I would actually do Canyon of the Magi instead of Act 3 for leveling up. I know that's kind of a thing, but Canyon of the Magi into the 25 range is pretty good. And you're not going to really get a huge XP spike until Act 5. Especially if you can get beetles in the canyon. I cannot wait until my mercenary can equip that bloody... insight. For me, insight is just as important as Infinity, by the way, because you're going to use it on more characters than in Infinity. Hey, Ahmad, how's it going? Does Magic Find matter for grinding runes at cows? Nope. In fact, if I was going to be grinding cows explicitly, I'd go in with 0 Magic Find. You can find good uniques there, but you also can find some really good like item bases for rune words, especially on Hell Cows. Yeah. Because if you're farming that for runes, chances are you are farming it for rune words. So you can get some good bases there, like... Actually, you can get most good bases there. What kind of Magic Find percent would you consider to be okay for a run to run Helmeth? Currently, I've been getting bad loot. 250 to 300% generally is what I aim for. You can go a bit lower. The big thing to factor in is this going to slow me down? You're not going to get a huge penalty to your Magic Find gain for like uniques and sets until you get up into the several hundreds, but once you start hitting about 350 to 400, you're running into like huge penalties, and you're just basically wasting space unless you're going exactly the same speed. And people just hate on fire so much. You can see it works out fairly decent. Can you kill that mercenary, please? Thank you. Let's see. Hey, took all your notes and got your summon necro through Nightmare. Started hell a little what should I be doing to gear more? Generally speaking, the Summon Necro isn't super reliant on gear. I mean, you could work towards getting a Monarch for Spirit, maybe. Or you could go a Splendor Shield in a Necro head with some plus summon skills. Those are usually the two things I look at as potentials right there. But we had access to a Monarch early, so I was like, I'm going to make this.
I need mana. Not enough mana.
So we made our Spirit Monarch relatively early. Because usually that's not an item you get until post-game. You have a Viper Magi chest, Lore, Spirit, Ancient's Pledge. Here, let me get to the waypoint real quick and get to town. Because I'm going to have to buy some potions anyway. Yeah, just focus on killing speed and keeping multiple runs. Worry about trading up the MF. Yeah.
Hail to you, champion.
You generally don't have to worry about how high your magic find is. It's very overinflated its importance. It's useful. It's good. It's just you don't need 1,700 magic find. But you've got Viper Magi chest, Lore, Spirit, Ancient's Pledge at the moment with Insight and Treachery on the Mercenary. Honestly, that should be good enough to get you through hell. Maybe shop a Teleport Staff is about the only thing I could say that would make life easier on you. We don't have one on this character right now, but basically from Act 3 normal onward, any of the staff sellers, like she could technically sell one. I don't see one here, but any of the staff sellers can sell one and you can shop for it. So I usually don't run pits as a necromancer. It wouldn't be bad. I just don't usually do it. It's one of those things where it's like, it's fine.
Good evening.
Okay, so now that we've got the waypoint, we can go get ourselves a smashed stone. Have some fun on that. But yeah, Teleport Staff is going to be handy versus bosses. I wouldn't overuse it because it will get expensive super quick. But it basically lets you bring all your minions to the boss. There is currently a bug where if you're teleporting too quickly in this, for some reason your minions and stuff won't teleport with you. Which is a little bit troublesome, but it's not like game breaking. All you have to do is teleport again and it's usually enough to get it kind of like up and going. Go ahead and drop that. Bloop. Fireball. God, I love Fireball. Are you any good? 3 socket, but no mods. That if that had mods on it, I'd consider it for our Paladin run. Because I could make a Malice in it. And it'd be actually kind of hilarious Malice. And yes, we are going after the drops here. Even though I'm kind of a little crammed on gems and stuff. It's fine. And I am not hitting anything. Because I keep looking over at chat because I see movement. I'm like, ooh, chat. Ooh, piece of cheese.
Not enough mana.
Okay, let's see. Bum, ba, bump. Okay, let's see. Where did it catch that? There we go. Your Necromancer is going to be a bone build, but seriously jacked up your Sorceress. You'll have to use the respec early for her because you misclicked. No! I'm sorry. So stock up on Teleport Staff. Just one Teleport Staff will do. Yes, the charges do come back when repaired, though. What's the best rune or item I've personally had dropped? I had an Ist rune drop. Generally speaking, I don't require exceptional drops to get through the game. I don't like relying on them, so I don't usually like seek them out whenever I'm doing solo self-bound stuff. But yeah, our best drop so far has been an Ist rune. And we almost missed it, except we happened to just go back through an area and was like, it was sitting there. I didn't hear it drop or anything. It was kind of sad.
Not enough mana.
Normally I'm good at catching those because they have a very annoying rune lick noise. But yeah, online Ist rune is our best drop so far. So nothing amazing. Nothing insane. Trying to think what else we've had. Offline, I have Holy Grail basically done. say basically done. We technically do have a Holy Grail's worth of items. Wasn't all on one character, but we have every item in the game offline.
Not enough mana.
And I've been going through and doing some Uber Diablo runs and stuff like that. And yes, we do need the experience, so killing these is not superfluous. Because we are currently under-leveled for this. We should be in our 30s by here. But yeah, we beat Hell with a 77 Necro. Relatively easy mode. Where is our... I thought he was going to be down there. So he has to be off of this right here. Let's see. Where do I put Necro points after Skeleton Mastery and have the 1-pointers? Do I just jump into Corpse Explosion or Bone Spear? Generally speaking, you want to make sure that you have your curses up, of course. But out of the options, if you're going for a Fishy-mancer explicitly, then Corpse Explosion, but Corpse Explosion doesn't really add much except for range. So if you're happy with the current range of Corpse Explosion, don't bother with it. Let's see. Oh, in single player, it's ported items, because we got all those back in the old school days, just farming. That's another gem shrine. We will use that one in just a moment. Money-wise, she's not very efficient. I mean, we pick up piles that are just fine. How to get good at this game? Just, honestly, it's not hard to get good at this game. But let's go ahead and grab this. Sorry, just a second. Let me catch up on chat real quick. Anyway, for things after Skeleton Mastery and stuff like that, you have basically 3 choices. You can lean into a Poison support, you can lean into Corpse Explosion, or you can lean into Golems. Golem can be fun. Just max out Clay Golem. It can be just insane. But those are the 3 choices I usually look at whenever I'm doing a summoner, unless I'm doing something specific, such as a melee necro, in which case I'll be looking more at curses and bone wall, bone armor, bone prison, stuff like that. Bone prison and bone wall come first, before armor. But a melee necro with summons can be actually quite fun, and Mercenary's gonna die. Because Venom Lord decided he wanted to have a day with him. There you go. That hurt like a truck. I was not expecting that. And yes, I do want Mercenary alive. Do you think spark or fire into... I'm trying to understand what your question is. Oh, charge bolt or firebolt. I prefer firebolt for new players. Charge is stronger, but it costs more mana. How to get good with this game is literally just play it. You don't have to grind for amazing items. You can get good with crap items. Just watch speedruns and you can see that. And I'm playing solo right now. Kind of felt like a chill evening because still have a bit of a headache, but later on we might do some kind of like group leveling or something like that if people are interested. As far as starting for a new player, if you want melee, then yes, Paladin. If you want caster, I would actually go Assassin for starting characters. As far as like best for new players, for experienced players, Sorceress is your best bet. I don't know why the Clay Golem has such a badonkadonk. Lightning in normal is just stronger. It just you'll chug more mana than we do right now. Whenever you get into Nightmare, you're going to start running into fire actually being more consistent. Not necessarily stronger, just more consistent. So, because lightning has a disadvantage where it has like a really tiny minimum. How can you shorten the time between the damage pulses on Holy Fire Aura? You cannot. The Holy Fire Aura is, you're generally not killing things with the actual aura. The reason Holy Fire is so strong starting out is just, and yeah, our mercenary's probably going to die again. Oh no, he didn't. Sweet. Yeah, the reason why Holy Fire is so strong is actually the damage it adds to your attack. So yeah, it's not the actual aura that's doing all the damage. It's what the aura adds to your attack that makes it so freaking powerful. That's why you get Zeal with it, and I'm hitting a rock. Let's see. Yeah, your last test run, you drank 5 or 6 mana potions per pack. Yeah, even with the Leaf, you're going to be chugging mana potions. You may notice that I am loading up on them, but it's going to be less egregious with fire than it is with lightning. Ooh, that's a crappy drop. I mean, Perfect Topaz isn't bad, but Tear Rune at this point is kind of like, why? Why do I even bother? But yeah, we usually are drinking 2 or 3 for like a normal pack. Let's identify you. Probably garbage. Not the worst thing ever. We have better. Let's see, what level are we? We are currently level 23. We're about to be going against Diablo at level 23. Just a little bit underleveled for just normal play. Not underleveled for speed running or anything like that. It is underleveled for normal play. But how many tier runes do we have? Oh, we need more of them. Generally, I try to keep at least 4 of each of the small runes. Whenever I'm trying to conserve space, at least. So we will probably die at Diablo. We're going to static field the living shit out of him first, though. Because that's how you roll. See, in Nightmare Cows, is Nightmare Cows worth farming for anything? Yeah. I mean, you're generally at that point in your development, unless you have good gear already, you're generally better off farming Mephisto, but it's not bad.
Not enough mana.
Just a second, I'll read that thing about Crescent Moon. Because I didn't read the full sentence, and I don't want to give a completely off answer for what's being asked. I think I know what's being asked, but I'm not positive. You want to try farming Nightmare Countess for Crescent and seeing if you can continue light through, but thanks for the info. Nightmare Cows would probably be better farming for Crescent Moon. If you're looking for runes. Nightmare Countess runs aren't bad, though. Just remember, she centers around Tal runes, so the further you get from Tal rune, the less she's going to drop it. In both directions. But Nightmare Cows, if you can get into like a decent player count game and kind of go off by yourself, you can actually get fairly decent drop rates for runes. And they can drop runes. Runes can drop from, I think it's Act 4 Nightmare Good and on. And if you are struggling, by the way, on the static fielding, if you're struggling with Diablo, don't be afraid to just suicide into him. Literally, just don't resurrect your mercenary, get static field up, run up to him, zap him, hug him, and just keep zapping him until you die. He doesn't heal. So you can just keep doing that. Been trying to find an rune for an entire playthrough. Level 83 now. Ouch. That's some bad luck. I have weird luck with runes. For some reason, I'm an rune magnet. For those of you that are curious, I don't know why that's always just been a thing that I find a ton of. Like, a disproportionate amount of. And I find, like, my Sur rune amount is absolutely abysmal compared to what I get in other things. Nightmare Cows on player 7, yeah. I mean, it's not necessarily the best way to get all the runes. Like, if you're in Hell difficulty and you're needing runes, you're better off farming Hell Cows than Nightmare Cows, but because you have an option to get a higher rune that you could trade for multiple runes. If you're into trading. I personally don't like trading, so to each their own. You've got an IO on your Necro, but since I'm not Bone, I don't need Dole IO is the one that you're looking for. Although it is worth noting that white can actually be good for summoners, even if you're not using Bone. You'd want to go for a summon wand from Drognin rather than a Bone Spear wand from him. But it's not a bad wand. Why is recharging staves so expensive? It's somewhat expensive, but teleport staves are not too terribly expensive. I personally don't mind using the gold on it. I'd rather save my runes for more interesting things. But you can recharge them with Ort. I think there's also a formula with Rawl, but it doesn't recharge them. How reliable? Let's see. Oh. Thank you. Holy crap. Thank you for the super chat. I'm glad that the content is super helpful for you, Elite Forfait. Many thanks. Let's see. Don't know how reliable getting through Nightmare to farm Nightmare Cows for the will be. Try to make builds around. You can do a Lightning through Nightmare without a Crescent Moon. In fact, I'd probably favor a Spirit Sword over a Crescent Moon for that particular build. And that's going to be a lot cheaper. Crescent Moon is nice because it can break immunities now. Which is kind of... that's something I need to actually do a cover on. Is how Crescent Moon has actually become a lot more useful now. Especially in Hell difficulty farming. Because of how they changed immunity. Do you know that Nightmare Fire Enchanteds are bugged? I did not. Oh, IO Dole is a meme. I'm not up to date on my memeage, unfortunately. But no, I didn't know that Fire Enchanteds on Nightmare were bugged in any way. I mean, I killed a few of them, if that counts for anything. But we were on a summoner at the time, so I don't usually go into Nightmare too much on my offline characters. So let's go ahead, and we're going to actually keep dumping strength. I need to get that up a little bit. We're doing fine on fire skills, so I'm going to go down to orb. Didn't make a white then. All you ever heard in streams and chats was the IO Dole. Yeah, no. But no, white, if you look up the white rune word, it's actually fairly decent for a summoner too. I prefer Spirit, but that's just because I use it on more characters. I preferred Crescent even back in LOD, but now that it can break, it's even better. Yep. Especially considering how low most lightning immunes are. I could see it making it into second tier lightning builds. I still think Infinity is going to be the top tier, but I can see it making its way into second tier lightning builds as a potential swap for the immunes. You don't think they're bugged anymore? Face tanking the explosion super fine. I mean, Fire Enchanted used to be bugged, like in LOD, where it would carry every element with it. And like completely nuke you. I had an okay time with Light straight through Bale. You've beaten it pretty easily. Build with Obedience for your Mercenary. Obedience is a very good rune word as well. Weirdly, the like big rune word tab like floof that I actually saw Llama do was trying to make a black in a scepter. And this is gonna hurt. Mercenary's probably going to, yeah. I may need to just leave Mercenary dead for a little while, because I can kite these guys and actually murder their faces without him a little bit easier than I can with him. Because I'm too concerned about keeping him alive if I keep him around. There we go. Death and destruction. That's how we roll. Obedience is a polearm rune word. It's kind of considered the economy option for Act 2 mercenaries if you actually want them to do damage. When doing group content, how do you know which curse to use? Lower resist, amp damage, or decrepify? It just depends on the team you're with more than the target. Lower resist if you're with a sorceress or a necromancer, although if you're using lower resist, you're a necromancer, so you shouldn't have it doubled up. Amp damage if you're with barbarians or physical damage dealers. Decrepify if it's a tough pack like a boss pack or something like that. Decrepify to slow them down so you can actually just nuke them. In patch 1.09 going 1.1, they buffed monsters' HP a lot, and since fire enchanted damage was based on, yep, it just nuked people as well. There was also a bug with how it was delivered with other elements too. 1 second.
Retreat. Run.
I got to my mute button, I think. Hopefully I did. Otherwise, you just... Sorry, headphone users. Suddenly you were doing way too much damage, so they nerfed it, but only in hell. Didn't they also say they were going to fix the old 256.512 mana burn bug? I don't think they have fixed the mana burn bug. They might. I just instinctively run away from mana burn. You're using insight on yours. Is mana burn, is obedience better? It depends on your build. For casters, insight is going to be orders of magnitude better. If you're, say, like a barbarian or a zealot, then obedience is going to be better. Do curses stack? No. I have to say no with an asterisk there. Unfortunately, they don't stack, but there's 2 sets of curse slots on a character. Whoop. Hey, dodgy. But yeah, there's 2 sets of curse slots on a character. There's a mid slot and a top slot. And there actually are some items that, some curses, or I guess you could call them curses, some status effects that players can put on enemies that are a mid slot. Like this lower resist that we have on it is a top slot. That's curses. But there are some that you'll see that'll actually display over the chest, and that's a mid slot curse. And the mid slot ones can't get overridden. There's also another exception with, oh crap, I'm trying to remember which curse it is. But anyway, it's one of the AI curses where you can get a display override, but it'll still cause the effect. I think it's Confuse. You need lifesteal on your mercenary, though don't have any yet. Blood Helmet. It's a helmet, a ruby, and I forget which rune, and a jewel. We have one in our inventory.
Not enough mana.
But yeah, Blood Helmet will get you all the life leech you need. And yes, mana burn bug is super annoying. You bought 2 items that are Caress Port trying to make a rune word equipment before you notice all the vendors have is magical. Yeah. You can only get non-magical from Act 1 and Act 2 merchants unless you rush ahead at super low level. Let's see. No, you can't have like amp and decrepify at the same time or anything like that. Lightning traps in. You need lifesteal on your mercenary, though you don't have any yet. But yeah. Blood Helmet is your go-to for that. You have dual typing, though. Hey, Popito. How's it going? Yeah, I've switched Twitch over to being just art, and I've been, like, really just off the ball for streaming art. Even my art channel is just kind of, like, halfway there. I want that guy dead first. There we go. Or you can just feed him hella pots. They only help so much. Can you make a unique blood helmet? It's not really unique. I'll show you. They're not great, but they work for mercenaries. This is just one of them that we've made. This is actually a kind of crappy one, but you just get a helm or a casque or something like that, and you go ahead and throw it in there. And for blood helmets, you make them out of magical bases. Has to be magic. And someone saying Rawl rune, that actually sounds right, and it's a perfect ruby and a jewel. But yeah, that's actually a really good way just to get an easy life leech helmet until you find something better. There are a lot of better uniques and even set options, although set option doesn't give you life leech for mercenary helmets. Let's go ahead and plop those down there. Let's see. If you get a Tal's Helm, use it on your mercenary. Yes, Tal's Helm is one of the best economy options for the mercenary. And whenever we find one, that'll pretty much be my staple mercenary helmet until I find certain things that are better. Like a Vamp Gaze. But Vamp Gaze, number 1, usually goes to Paladin build. But yeah, you get used to shooting things on your own, by the way. If you're noticing, I am moving a lot more without the mercenary. I actually had someone ask me, like, how do I aim Fireball and Firebolt? You get used to how the enemies move, and you can kind of just deal with it that way. I'm moving more right now, just to intentionally show it off. But you actually do get used to how the enemies move, and are able to aim it like that. Can you find life leech from a vendor? On a helmet? No. On a weapon? Yes. Oh, that's amp damage. That's gonna suck if I get hit. And this is where rubber banding can kind of suck just a little bit. Just a little bit, not a lot.
I need mana.
Let's go after the Oblivion Knight, if at all possible. He's getting kind of hugged by those, so... Any tips for gearing a Sorceress in Hell? Resist, resist, resists. And insight on your mercenary. Generally speaking, in Hell, the main thing you need is resists and damage. Melee enemies shouldn't touch you, unless you're not paying attention. Like these guys, they shouldn't get any hits on me. Unless I am just slacking off and reading chat or something like that. Crescent Moon just pierces the lower lightning immunes. Piercing happens at 1/5 the rate. So, yeah. But due to lightning's high damage, you can actually do some fun stuff with it. It can still do decent damage, even at only 10% damage. There we go. Murdered all them. We've got Oblivion Knight there. Oh, and I missed that one because I targeted the seal instead of the Oblivion Knight. I don't like the new Bone Spirits. They look like ass. I'm sorry, I really don't like them. I was just staring at that while I was running in circles waiting for it to go down. I don't like them. I don't like green eggs and ham. Let's see. So Crescent Moon pierces all lightning immunes, just low ones. I think I already answered that one. Can you have Bramble, Beast, auras from your items, and Insight, Might, aura from the Act 2 Mercenary all active on you at the same time? Yes. What boss should you kill? You want Shaco or any Tals? Yeah, Mephisto's probably your best bet for that kind of stuff. Can you use the top seal with no problem? Yeah. This is the spawn seal right here. After playing for a long time, you will memorize which seal spawns and which one just opens stuff. This one just opens stuff. This is the seal spawn. I don't know which layout we have on the bottom one, but it's usually the lower seal that breaks it down there. Vertically lower.
Not enough mana.
And yes, these things are going to drain the living daylights out of my mana. That guy's going to be fire immune, so we are going to go ahead and get Mercenary. Because I don't have enough cold damage right now. It's not random. It is a very, very static.
Hail to you, champion.
And yes, we can zap this guy as well. But I'll probably zap him while the mercenary is stabbying him. And yes, we have plenty of money stored away. I don't need to worry about running out of money anytime soon. And if we need more, I have a... Where did he go? There you are. There you go. Healing potion. Nothing good from that. We did get a mana potion and another healing potion, though. But yeah, they're not random. This one on the left is a little bit weird, because this one, it'll have the bottom left one spawn. If I remember correctly, it's the top one on the other format for it. I would actually have to sit there and be like looking at it. For some reason, my brain doesn't stick with it. There's that one. Hey, big boy. This will probably kill my mercenary, but it's okay.
I need mana.
Because we're going to have a fanaticism lovely Desace over here. And mercenary doesn't understand get out of the way. I could go bug him, and he wouldn't be targeted by some of this other stuff, but yeah. See, we murder things. We need a guide. Which second class tier list? You need a guide. Which second class tier list? I'm not exactly sure what guide you're looking for on that one. Like, which ones are, like, second tier for characters or something, or... Oh god, I hate these. Okay. So hopefully mercenary will be a little bit safe. I'm going to try to do this without bugging him, but I may need to actually bug him.
Not enough mana.
There we go. And now Desace himself is just going to be relatively easy. I'm surprised mercenary hasn't died yet. He is kind of ass, but it's fine. Mana potions, yes please. But he's absolute garbage. Okay, do we need... we'll farm these guys. We'll kill these guys first, and then we'll worry about breaking the seal and just going straight for Diablo. Pick it up. Thank you. Oh, that's gonna hurt him. Yep. I saw as soon as I got low on mana, I was like, that's gonna end badly, especially with the lower resist on him. Do I really want to bother reviving mercenary for this? Probably not. And we are going to have to restock on potions. Sorry for not paying attention to chat for just a second. This is going to be a little bit of a harder fight. At our level, at least. Level 24. Especially with a cold oblivion down there. Assault helmet, I do need to check that in case it makes a good lore. Life tap's not a threat. There you are. And the purple ones, by the way, if I remember correctly, are pure magic. Okay, let's see. Can you give a shout out to your friend Molly from Arkansas? Hi, Molly. Hopefully you are doing well. 3-socket. No, nope. We could make a Radiance in that. It doesn't have any good mods on it, though.
Greetings.
Let's see. Assault helmets look great. Yeah, I love the look of the assault helmets. Which build are you going to going for in Nightmare with Akara's respec? We're going no respecs, actually. That is the goal, at least. We're actually planning not to respec at all. At least the only characters I plan to respec are going to be the Paladin and the Druid. The rest of them I'm going to try to go through without respecking at all. Those two, unless you go a Fury Druid or a Zealot from the start, you're going to need to respec. And I don't feel like doing Zealot from the start or a Fury Druid because I don't like Fury Druids. Like Asterix, but even more metal. Best farming places to before you go into hell with your traps in. Nightmare Mephisto is usually my favorite one to go farm. But with a traps in, cows are going to be super fast for you as a traps in. Let's go ahead and give ourselves like half a second of survival there. And I'm going to go ahead and grab my extra healing potions. Since we are probably going to get murdered. Let's go ahead and swap those up there. Yes, this is Diablo prep. Because we are not in a good position for Diablo. We're under-leveled for this. And let's just drink those. There we go. That should be good enough. I don't want to dump a bunch of gold on here. We're going to be doing Fireball Orb in Hell. Fireball Blizzard, I'm going to be going heavy into Fireball, and frankly, if you're going to put... It's better to put 16 points into Orb than it is to put 17 points into Blizzard with no synergies on either one of them. Act 3 Hell Trapsin is a challenge. Yeah, in Act 3, Trapsin is a bit of a pain in Hell difficulty because all the lightning immunes. Generally speaking, you can get away with a lower resist wand for a lot of that, though. All you need is the first kill, though. Remember that. Drop in Act 3, usually what I'll do is I'll drop mostly death sentries instead of lightning sentries and go for the kick onto one's face. Just get that first kill and let the corpse explosions kind of chain out through the rest of the flares. The rest of the lightning immunes aren't usually that big of an issue. You can just juke past them. They're easy jukes. About half of Act 3 is lightning immune, yeah. Flares, a huge chunk of those are lightning immune. Mercenary, come back this way. Mercenary, come back this way. And this is probably the least effective element against these guys. And I am shooting a wall. Lovely.
Not enough mana.
And yes, I am intentionally not triggering it so the thing will go up. That way I can refill on potions.
I need mana.
Let's see. Frozen Orb kills everything in Nightmare. You have a source with Firewall and Frozen Orb? Yeah. Frozen Orb is a lot better than people think, but it's because most people don't aim with it. Yeah, it hits all over on the screen, but, and this is a big but and I cannot lie, it's not one of those ones that you just spam into a spot and hope it hits. You want to aim that orb at things. You want it to flourish on them if at all possible.
Not enough mana. I need mana. Not enough mana.
Okay, I need more mana potions. I'm running away from you, fool. There we go. We should be fine versus him now. There you go. Oh, and a circlet, too. Nice. Okay. Let's see. Firewall, Frozen Orb Source sounds fun. It is. Firewall and Blizzard can be a nice combo as well. That is not terrible. It's actually better than what we're using. But we're not level 26, so... And by the time we hit that level, I think we'll be using... I think Laura's 27? Yeah, we'll get that for 1 level, and then we'll sell it. Yay. Let's go ahead and get gold. Barbarian combat skills, +1 strength, +4. Ooh, nice. I mean, it's not going to be the highest value one, but you can actually do some stuff with that. So don't hate on it. And plus, strength on a skiller is a really underestimated modifier. Yeah, life is better, but still. Dump that in there. We're looking okay. We're going to get murdered because our stuff is absolutely crap. Where is your spirit and broad or crystal sword? I cannot equip them yet. I'm not level 25. I'm level 24. I am under-leveled for this. It's fine. We can deal with that. Hi, Speedy Boy. I don't even care about Speedy Boy. Speedy Boy's gonna go boop. So what we want is we want him to focus in on the mercenary. So we want the mercenary to be right there, and we're going to give him a hug while he's focused on a mercenary. Okay, so there's our big burn on mana there. Ooh, nice.
I need mana.
There he goes. Could I show you my gear? It's absolute ass. I mean, but yeah, we can show you the gear. Let me just clear up my inventory just a little bit. Just warning you right now, my gear is crap. But we've got Leaf Staff, which is just a basic leaf. We made it so we could actually use it on assassins and stuff like that without a problem. We've got Stealth for armor. We've got just crap helmet that we found. We're waiting on lore. We've got Eye of Etlik, which we found on the Necromancer. We've got Resist Boots, Resist Gloves, Resist Ring with a little bit of faster cast, another faster cast with a little bit of resist, and just a belt with some resist on it as well. That is our gear. We got some resist charms as well. You prefer strength on yours, mostly due to going energy shield by the time you can afford it. Ah. Yeah, mana is a prefix. But we're going on to Act 5. Oh, we don't have money on us. It's fine. I usually don't go energy shield too much. Mainly because I like farming Bale and stuff. And they can be fine.
Good. A sorceress.
So trade. Of course, we're going to identify this stuff, and I'm too lazy to walk over to Mr. Happy. That actually wouldn't be good. Wouldn't be bad for a low-level paladin, but the level requirement kind of knocks it out. You're better off using Malice and then getting something better at level 30. And we have a spirit shield for our paladin, but that's cute, at least.
Salutations.
It's probably not going to sell for much. Nope. So we need that gone. Get this up. What level are we? 24. Not enough to get him equipped on things. Static is overpowered. It is one of the few skills that I will flat out say it's 100% overpowered. So don't be afraid to static the crap out of things. Like Chaos Sanctuary as a light source, it's pretty good. The only things that are annoying are the little flying mana leech bastards. But yeah, Chaos Sanctuary, honestly, I run it on almost every character. So I'm used to it. I'm used to its little quirks and idiosyncrasies. Even my Fireball Orb Sorceress runs it. So, my single player one, the one that's level 98. So, let's see. Yeah, one more level and we can get our Spirit Sword. 3 levels and we get Lore. 4 levels for that. Forever until that. Llama always starts with a Nova Static Source and he kills everything faster than anybody. Well, trying to think of how to explain this. There is a different strategy to speedrunning than there is to just teaching people how to play the game. Freaking Nova is an insanely good and insanely fast skill, but if you're not on top of your inventory management, you may notice he actually has extremely high APM, which is actions per minute from doing a lot of, well, StarCraft and stuff like that.
Afternoon.
So generally speaking, he's cycling through, and as he's moving, he's usually, you'll notice as he's running, he's actually doing like this kind of number where he's running, moving stuff around, shift clicking stuff in, stuff like that. That's to keep his mana topped off, because he is going to be chugging mana left and right. It's not going to be some kind of like slow thing that he sort of does. He has to have that mana, otherwise he's dead. Because the minute he stops killing quickly is the minute he starts dying quickly. Just like whenever we stop killing, we start dying. And our fire is a little bit underwhelming, but we should be fine. Kind of surprised that didn't hit that Death Mauler. And if I find more white monarchs, I might just start giving them away to people in chat, honestly. I don't need more than the one spirit shield. I need to upgrade it. So I might save like one more so I can do cycles to try and like upgrade them. If you're wondering, you basically strip out the old runes and you keep whichever one of the two is higher until you get up to the one that you want. I don't have the chutzpah to be like re-rolling the same one that I'm actively using over and over again. So... let's see, most beginners can't play with that fast and should not begin with a Nova Source. Exactly. It's just one of those rules. My general rule is, if I'm going to make a... unless it's specifically for like a weird specific build, like if I'm making a budget build or if I'm making... this is a starter build, I'm going to try to make it as something that new players can actually accomplish without having to get good, if you will. And I mean that in the GUD manner. You've been searching for a Monarch for a week, but don't have D2R. No! You can probably get them super cheap on Battle.net. Probably get a Spirit super cheap on Battle.net. On vanilla. You're in Act 3 Hell and you've yet to find a white Monarch. Want to find one on your own, though? Yeah, understandable. I think we found ours actually in Late Nightmare, which is very, very, very uncommon. Usually you're not going to find it until you are in post-game. That's one reason why I sometimes recommend keeping Splendor as an option. Yeah, it's a little expensive for what it is. It's only a +1 shield. It's basically a rune word version of Lidless, but it's not a bad thing. 2 hell, 2 dull runes before you found an Am rune. Ouch. Yeah, that sounds about like sometime how my luck is sometimes with Countess. Oh, you don't want an Isk rune? Okay. We're going to give you 3. You need a Thul rune? Ha! Here's all of the Ams you could ever need. You could am it to hell.
I need mana. Not enough mana.
I should probably make a dual tier helm, by the way. You found 4 Is before your first Lem rune? Good googly moogly, I'm sorry. At least Ist is a semi-decent rune. Let's see. Llama preaches about farming Monarch and Hell Cow level. That's post-game, so... And I actually agree with him on that. That's one of the best places to farm white items. Go in there with 0 magic find and just murder cows as quickly as possible, then pick up the trash that's on the ground. You can find so many strong bases in there. If you're wanting max socket bases. You might want to do Nightmare Cows for some like mid-tier bases. Or normal cows even for some mid-tier bases. Like our bill and stuff like that we could get from anywhere because it maxes out at 4. We've done Hell Countess like 40 times, and she drops like... Well, that's because all the Countess runs, her special drop, centers around the tall rune.
I need mana.
So no matter what difficulty you're on, you're going to get the most tall runes. And it's going to diminish as you go further in. So obviously, whenever you get to Nightmare Countess, you're getting fairly low returns on the high end. By the time you get to Hell Countess, with the cutoff even higher, you're not going to be getting any better luck with those higher runes. If that makes sense.
I need mana. I need mana.
You just want an rune? Nightmare Cows. Farm it on high player count. Who needs a shank? Oh, we're out of mana potions. What the hell was that noise? Good God. That, like, deafened me for a second, but thanks.
Not enough mana.
There's Shank down. Nice. See, mana potion. And I don't know why it does, like, these random, like, screech noises every now and then. It's a bit weird. And let's see. For an rune, yeah, you can do Nightmare Cows. You're going to be able to kill them faster and get more drops. If you're looking for, like, bears or something like that, yeah, Hell Cows. But Nightmare Cows, if you can just beat through them faster, it's so much easier. Because you're going to be killing those Nightmare Cows way faster and getting those drops way faster. Who gives you your first quest in Kurast? I think you just stumble upon it. I mean, you might be able to ask Kane. He might give you the quest. But the first quest is actually for an item that drops. Someone threw a green fireball at me, and that was the screeching noise. He threw Slimer at me? No. I'd be mad if I was Slimer, too. Does Magic Find affect rune drops? Nope.
Good afternoon.
Go in with 0 Magic Find. I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, you can have 1,400 Magic Find. You'd still get the same rune drops as if you had 0. Sadly, you're online, so you can't control player count. That's fine. I mean, you could just go into group cow runs and do that. Or you could actually... Another thing you can do for an rune is trade people their Hellforge quest for rushes. They give you their Hellforge quest in Nightmare. You help them finish Nightmare. Yeah, you farm cows. You basically go to Tristram, get the leg, go to a new... I usually am like 1 leg ahead. You'll notice that on my Necromancer, I actually still had the leg there at the end. I don't have it on this character just because I'm being lazy, but I'll usually gather it while I'm going through the difficulty, then use it for a cow run. Do you need lower Magic Find to get more... My Monarch? Generally, if you're looking for a white Monarch for Spirit, yes, you want to go in with 0 Magic Find. Or as low as possible. But yeah, Wurt's leg will respawn every single time. Every new game, he'll have a leg on him. You're having fun with Median XL? That's cool. But yeah, if you have low magic find, you're more likely to get your white monarchs. We need more levels. We're actually under leveled to the point where it's hurting our XP right now. I might need to go get to level 25. Because before level 25, you are getting like a severe XP penalty. Let's go ahead and kill some of the things. You notice it's not moving at all for killing these things. And that is because I am getting an XP penalty like nobody's business because I'm not supposed to be here. Just not supposed to be here. Running around with 270 magic find. I mean, you'll probably be seeing magic monarchs with 270% magic find. So let's go Canyon of the Magi real quick. I'm doing pretty good. How are you doing, Kenny? Hopefully you're doing well. Let's see. I'm hoping... we probably don't have them in here, do we? I wanted the beetles. But I'm not seeing beetles. We got devourers, but those aren't good XP.
It's locked.
We need more experience. I'll save that for when I need it. I heard... Yeah, we don't have beetles in here. That sucks. Oh, yeah, we do. Beetles! How you doing? Thank you for the XP.
Not enough mana.
Doing good. Tired, but good. That's good to hear. Tired sucks, but... So socketed items are considered normal items like white items? Yes. Generally speaking, if I'm looking for unique or set items, I'm going to be going for 250 magic find. If I'm looking for white items, I'm going to be going for as close to 0 as I can get. Last time, no, there's no dumb questions. There's dumb people, but there's no dumb questions. Reason I say that is there are literally people who don't understand whenever I say just follow the road and you'll find where you're trying to go. And for that, I say, you are probably a troll, sir, and goodbye. But if you're asking, like, questions that, you know, you're actually trying to find an answer to, I will do my best to answer them.
I need mana.
Trying to remember how it was phrased for us. I think they said, the only dumb question is the one that you didn't ask. Something like that. Is it better to run full MF gear and be weak, or clear faster with proper gear but have less MF? The second one. Better to clear faster. More drops equals more opportunities. You hate the way the beetles look in this? I don't mind them. I think the best redesign is still the spiders. And yes, that is generally the history of people who play this game. Our lives are extremely different from whenever it first launched. Heck, whenever I came back to it, I didn't remember half the stuff I had known before, so... Not playing for several years can just completely drain any and all knowledge you have of the title. I'm actually going to switch to Firebolt for these guys, just for cheapness' sake. Because they're not clumping up enough for me to actually use Fireball. Let's see. Teacher said something else. My teacher said, shut the hell up and keep your hand down, damn it. Damn it, Bobby. No. I'm kidding, of course. Though I did have the obligatory drunk teacher. Hey, we've got another unique. I forget which one that is. There's that guy dead. Okay. Mana potion. I think it's Rogue Bow. Yeah. It's Rogue's Bow. You don't think Diablo 2's gameplay will appeal to younger gamers? Actually, I have noticed a lowering of the age of viewership on my channel, so it's appealing to some of them. Or they're at least looking it up. Of course, my viewership is mostly search right now, which is really kind of weird. And yes, I am using the fireball just to kill some of these faster, but let's see. You're having X problems too. You're level 23, 24. I'm not sure where I'm supposed to be now. If you're looking to level up at 23, 24, Act 3 or Canyon of the Magi in Act 2 are your best bets, but we're going to try to keep progressing. And I think I might use that just for the lulz. We'll make a Boazon or something starting out. Hopefully, it's going to be one of our later builds, so we might actually have, halfway decent gear for her. I doubt we'll be able to make a Faith Bow, which is my favorite thing, but eh. I do find it a little bit discouraging that Firebolt and Fireball look so similar. So sometimes I'm casting the wrong one and don't realize it until I've cast several out. And I doubt we'll level up off this guy because we're not going to get enough XP. Die, you fools. There we go. So there's one down. I don't think I actually want to rescue all the paladins. I mean, not the paladins, the barbarians. But we could if we want to. I want to save it so I can get the runes later, so they're not clogging up my inventory. And I didn't even look what was on that. I literally identified it and threw it on the ground. It's garbage. Okay. I think Diablo 2, as far as comparison to other new games, I think it does itemization better. I think there are games that do combat and everything better. But that's kind of like a more preference thing. So, and I think there's definitely ones that do skills better. We were talking about that earlier. I think Path of Exile does skills way better. Oh no, Mercenary's gonna die because I can't kill these things fast enough. Save the mercenary, save the cheerleader, save the world.
Not enough mana.
There we go. Got that. Get the gold. My firebolts are stronger than yours.
I need mana.
Sorry, I'm concentrating with all the things teleporting around. Didn't realize that you can change the OG graphics in game as you play. Your toddler did it by accident. It was like teleporting to the past. On some levels, I agree. On other levels, I happen to know that the upscaler that they use for Resurrected is really, really ass. So it's not really that accurate of a reflection of the original game. But it's close enough that you can get a rough idea. I think they made it look worse just to make this look better. Which I think is kind of a cheesy thing to do. I let them out, they're just not leaving because I'm not close enough to it. So let's see. Once we hit 25, you'll notice we'll start leveling up super fast. And I didn't notice that. But let's kill these things around here. But whenever they die, they actually just leave ash and skull. Oh, I don't have that set up to... Controls... Now we can zoom in. Okay. But whenever they die, they leave little skulls. I didn't notice that before. Hey, Lapel. How is it going?
Follow me. Not enough mana.
Okay. Looking a little rough here, but we should be fine. You never liked how skills in PoE were tied to gems? You preferred the old-fashioned skill tree like D2 or Titan Quest Grim Dawn? See, I actually like the gem system, mainly because it lets me kind of like craft my own skills, if that makes sense. But I can understand not liking it. It's definitely a personal taste thing. Thing I don't like about PoE's like leveling up is actually the sphere grid thing that you go on that to get your stats. That bothers me. It was a good idea for Final Fantasy X, but I don't think it works too well for an action RPG where, especially whenever you have such a large grid. They're also mind conditioning you for the Diablo 4 look and expectations. Yeah, Diablo 4 is going to look a lot like this. I actually like this aesthetic. I do think that some things don't read super well, but for the most part, it's fine. Like, there's occasionally just things here and there that I'm like, I didn't see that because everything's kind of a little bit muddier. Let's go ahead and get up here. We should be safe once we get through this little choke point. Almost leveled up. Yeah, the passive skill grid is a nightmare. That and just the sheer length of Path of Exile throws me off of it. And that there's whole classes that are essentially tied to what is essentially post-game content. It's kind of like, I want to be able to play through the game and experience a class. I don't want to have to do labyrinths and puzzles to unlock my upper tier version of class. So let's see, which way are we going? Okay, we're going the right way. This is a vertical one too. And yes, we have teleport. It's just really expensive. Because we don't have a lot of plus skills, and I will be damned if I'm going to put a lot of points into teleport. Teleport can suck it if it wants a lot of points. So we're 1 point away from Frozen Orb, at least. 1 level away. I think probably the closest thing, in my opinion, for a spiritual successor to Diablo 2 so far is Last Epic. That's one reason why I do plan on covering it, because I think they've done a good job with that kind of, like, formula. I am interested to see how they do their late-game itemization, though. Oh, it is those... Oh, I hate you, Lashers. You guys are assholes. You have the worst sound effects in the game. Oh, nope. There we go. I hate the noises the Lashers make. It is official. Last Epic, the one Yuri just mentioned. What passive skill grid? Yeah, okay. Can you do a quick rundown of what each size of charm should be used for roughly, and what kinds of things are worth holding on to, stashing, and selling? That's the second one is not something I can really do for like globally. I can do it for each item. As far as charms, we actually do have a charm guide on the channel, so I can probably link you to that. I do plan on doing a refresh of it though. But generally speaking, small charms for magic find, large charms for skills, stats are your medium charms, and then everything else you just kind of like jungle around. You're new to Diablo 2, you're playing a sorceress and using the Leaf Rune Word, still on normal, haven't killed Bale yet. What's the next good weapon you should get as a source? I can actually show you. A Spirit. Mainly because we're equipping it right now. But yeah, you should get a Spirit Rune Word. It's Tal, Thul, Ort, and Am in a 4-socket broadsword. So, yeah, that's your next upgraded weapon. So you want to get this and a decent resist shield. Leaf is still good, but this is just, it has a lot of really good mods on it. You've got the Diablo Beelzebub mod. Don't usually use mods, but that mod is cool. Yeah, I hear good things about the Beelzebub mod. I have only really dealt with it in passing. So that can go away. That's going to go in there. I still need to just sit down and condense all this nonsense. In fact, we have room, don't we? Yeah, we do. Do I really want to condense stuff right now? Identify that. It's going to be a garbage craft rune. I mean, jewel. So how will they nickel and dime us, you think? $40 full game. Well, this isn't... This is done by Vicarious Visions. Activision Blizzard just owns the IP, so they basically subcontracted it to somebody else. So I don't think we're going to be seeing microtransactions in this. If we do, it's going to be for stash tabs or something silly like that. Oh, thank you for the support, DeBoyd. How you doing today? You're thinking of breaking solo self-found and trying trading? I mean, if it brings you more joy, do it. There is nothing that you gain that's special about solo self-found besides just personal accomplishments kind of thing. So it doesn't hurt to just kind of go outside of that and just enjoy your own thing. Being solo self-found just for the challenge is just what you personally enjoy. So let's do emeralds next. Looking for all that green in there. And we are actually going to not have enough room for all the emeralds. There you go. Yeah, just condensing all this stuff takes for freaking ever. That's why I was kind of putting it off, but we are literally running out of room, so I have to do it. Next one is diamonds, probably. I don't see any more in there. I'm moving this stuff up to the middle so I can actually see it. You wish last epic's comment and animation didn't... I'm gonna go ahead and allow that one in just a second. You'd kill for a natural teleport on Wind Druid Hammer Pally. Instead, you gotta farm for months to get an Enigma. You can use a teleport staff. But yeah, I understand what you mean by that one. And yeah... chatting and leaving messages actually does really boost the algorithm. Okay, so let's go ahead and minimize that numpty. Sorry, I have to like tab out to approve messages. You don't want to bother with Path of Exile because of all your gear? You traded little on that old forum, works about the same as you remember. Things are spendy though. Yeah. I don't use, if it's the forum I think it is, I don't use that. I mean, I have an account there, but I don't, you may notice I have no forum gold there. Because I don't like doing outside of game transactions for in-game items. It feels dirty, and I don't like it. But if that's what somebody else wants to do, as long as they're not out here trying to cause problems for me, I am fine with it. It's one of those things where, like, as long as it doesn't impact me, I'm not going to be bothered by it. I'm not bothered. I wasn't bothered by the real money auction house because guess what? I can still play the damn game by myself. It doesn't hurt me any. Is it possible to gamble a good base for a white rune word for Necro? Nope. You have to shop it from Drognin, or you have to find it on the ground. Because gambling will give you magic or better. So to make a rune word, you actually need a white item. A white base, that is. Can't gamble. Yeah, you cannot gamble white items. Leaf is a good for quite a while. You would stay until the middle of Nightmare. That's actually not bad advice. I don't mind getting Spirit early so I can have a resistance shield, but it doesn't hurt to just stay on Leaf. You're not going to be getting that big of a difference from it. We're almost done with this, thankfully. And we actually have a decent number of perfect gems already just from, what, one playthrough with a little? Do I have a favorite character? Necromancer. Easily Necromancer. Necromancer is just what I enjoy playing it. I will often favor playing a Necromancer even on games that aren't Diablo 2, just because I think the concept of a, like, not necessarily true neutral character, but that kind of just scope of characters interesting, where they're power for a cost situation. Same reason I played Black in Magic the Gathering. So, let's see. We've got Floods. These are a little harder to see which one's which. Flawless. And yes, skulls are less common than the other gems, so don't be surprised that you end up with less of them. It's just how it rolls. Although we are oddly low on some of these other gems as well. So that goes there, there, and there. We're organized again. Yay. Let's see. With that being said, anyone on PlayStation, you have a couple of items like Smoke, Insight, and Lore that you can let a PlayStation player have to help them out. Assume that would... Okay, let's see. You assume that would be normal, right? Can't remember if you... You can only shop white items in Act 1 and 2 of normal unless you rush ahead and get super low level rushes, so... But yes, Drognin is your best bet for a Necro Wand for white. You've been working on a Poison Nova Necro. You actually have to find a Poison Nova. You like Druid, if anything, just to collect cool looking colored pelts? Yeah. The pelts are pretty neat. Assassin is great too. Mind Blast is super useful. Yeah, it is. Mind Blast is not my favorite because I'm used to playing in groups back in the day, and Mind Blast converts, which causes it to be frustrating for your allies. Yeah, skulls are important also for rerolling rares, in case anyone is curious. 6 perfect skulls can be used to re-roll a rare. It lowers the eye level usually. It's a complex formula. It's not always going to lower it, but it's definitely there. And yeah, why are we so low on sapphires? I mean, seriously. I am seriously wondering why we have not found many sapphires. Let's go ahead and get those up to a raw. There we go. Blessed place to shop a teleport staff and lower resist wand. Usually I'd start doing my shopping in Act 2 Nightmare, but you can get them in normal. You can get teleport staff in Act 3 normal, and you can get a lower resist wand. I believe it's Act 4 normal, but I usually just shop it off of Drognin in Act 2 Nightmare. So, just because it's simpler for me that way. I don't have to worry about any of the other stuff. Item level helps determine like basically what modifiers and stuff like that you get on items. So, and it also determines the maximum number of sockets an item can have. If it's an item that can have, I think it's more than 2. But yeah, it has a few factors. But like we could get a lower resist wand here. Get a life tap one. I actually need to buy that. Gems, I mostly use them for cube recipes. Topaz are pretty good for like early budget magic find. Like if we got a 3-socket helmet, I could actually throw 3 topazes in it and have a magic find helmet on this character, which we might do. I'll probably stick with lore though. We're only level 25, so we're not terribly high up there. Merchant levels are somewhat determined by your character level as well. So keep that in mind. Okay. Dumping that back in there. We have some of the potions that we need. But yeah, mostly crafting recipes. You can use 3 perfect gems to re-roll a magic item, which may sound really kind of pointless. Why would you re-roll a magic item? But it can be used for re-rolling especially skiller charms and stuff like that. So it does become fairly important. And that's one reason why you'll see me, instead of using the topazes for magic find, I'll generally be saving them for re-rolling later. And I'll save the perfect diamonds as well for kind of similar thing. They're good in shields, but I can make an Ancient's Pledge and be just as well off. So. And it's a lot easier to come by Rowlort Tal than it is to come by some of this other stuff. Let's see. We have not come across the waypoint up here, which is kind of disheartening, but we'll be fine. You found your first Shaco. Blue one with light res. It's a start. Yeah. Magic items. Gotta love them. Yeah, most magic items are not worth re-rolling. There are a handful that are. Usually I'll re-roll Grand Charms for skillers. Did have a troll once who was like, huh, he doesn't know the real reason you re-roll Grand Charms. Yeah, I do. I am well aware that you re-roll Grand Charms for skillers. And life is usually your best suffix on it if you're rolling super high level ones, but you can get stats and stuff like that that can be semi-useful as well, especially if you're running a lower level dueling kind of thing. But I'm not big on PvP, so I don't care that much. Those are still 1 fireball. Jeez.
Not enough mana.
These guys aren't. But still, that's still doing pretty good. Yeah, we'll pop it. And is she fire enchanted? Nope, spectral hit. I knew that she had some kind of fire resistance going on, but... And to re-roll charms for a skiller charm, you actually have to get them from late enough so that their item level is high enough. Like that one right there could never be a skiller charm. It could never be a skater girl. I anticipated your question, and you're going to catch it on stream about the time that you type it out.
I need mana. Not enough mana.
Die, mercenary, die! I don't even care that he died. But yeah, no, you can't roll just any Grand Charm. It has to be from level 51 or 50, something like that. But basically, end of Act 3 Nightmare onward has to be where it drops. If you're running a Trap Sin, where should you be farming gear on her? She's been Pindle runs for the last few days. Depends on the difficulty you're in. If you're in Nightmare, I would probably run Cows. If you're in Hell difficulty, you can run pretty much anywhere, but Hell Cows is actually really not a bad place. Get yourself some runes and you can trade for the items you want. How do you know what level your charm is? Where it dropped. Or what enemy dropped it, to be more precise. It doesn't actually display in-game, so don't go trading for like, these are a bunch of Nightmare Grand Charms, I promise. No. Unless you really trust a person, don't rely on them to be honest with you about where they found their charms. You're better off literally just going to the Nightmare Council, killing them about 5 times and getting a set of like 3 or 4 Grand Charms. And just re-rolling those. You're level 90? I'd be actually just... You can farm pretty much anywhere with the Trap Assassin, except for a few spots here and there. Especially if you actually can get access to an Infinity or a lower resist wand. You found a rare helm with 2 sockets. You tried to make a Nadir rune word, but yeah, it doesn't work in magic or rare items. Only white items. So keep Hell GCs to roll skillers. If you have a lot of extra perfect gems, yes. Another good way to guarantee that something can be a skiller is if you can trade for some trash skillers. Like, say somebody has a bunch of Paladin combat. Actually, no, you want to keep combat skill for Paladin. Let's say Paladin defensive skill charms. If you find a bunch of those for super cheap, you can just re-roll those into different skillers. But generally speaking, yeah, if you just keep the ones you get in Hell, keep like 5 or 10 of them at a time, you'll be fine to roll skillers. If you're looking for max life skillers, you need to specifically find them from places like Bale, because they have to have a minimum level. Bale's just like the most easy one to kind of delineate. We've dropped at least 10 on the ground. You'll find 10 more, trust me. They drop like candy. Candy on Halloween. Should you get a lower resist wand for your Blizzard Sorceress? Not really. If you were going lightning or something like that, yes. But lower resist, it's nice, but it's not necessary. A lot of people are misinterpreting my video about the resist breaks of Cold Mastery as being for the damage. It's not. The reason why the cold break for Mastery is such a big deal is because of Freeze. Because of this skill right here and this skill right here. Those are the 2 skills that the resistance break is important for. Not this, not this. Found a shape-shifting 39 life GC yesterday. Aw, sweet. That's actually a really good Grand Charm, but it would be better if it had different skills on it. If it was an elemental druid, it would actually be worth a decent amount. Shape-shifting one, not so much. Because a lot of the shape-shifting builds don't really use the skillers. Unless they're doing something weird like Fireclaw or something like that. You are surviving my fireballs, which is disconcerting to me.
Not enough
mana. What rune words gear should you make for your Act 2 Mercenary? You're similar level to me. I mean, personally, low level, you'll want like Malice and just junk, but once you get to Nightmare, you'll want to be making an Insight for your Mercenary if you are doing Sorceress, because that'll give you basically way less mana trouble. Jabrunski made a video where he rolled some GGs to get skillers with thousands of gems. It didn't get him much. It usually takes about 100 to 500 gems for me to get one skiller, if that gives you a rough estimation. And it's usually not a skiller that you particularly want, just by how luck goes, because there's only a few of the skillers that are super useful. The 3 Sorceress skillers, your Necromancer skillers are pretty useful. At least your Bone and your Summon ones. Your Curse one isn't really worth much. There is a singular spike of ice right there that is being a complete dick. Yeah, it's just the dick ice. There we go. Oh, I don't have it equipped on this particular side. There we go. There we go. But yeah, for the Sorceress, I eventually aim for an Insight for the weapon. How do you put your skills into poison after your summons, 1-pointers, and max out Nova and some? Yeah, max out Nova, and I usually go for Dagger just for lulz, but it doesn't matter which one. You're only going to be casting Nova. My Lazy Bones Poison Necro, I generally actually went lighter on the summons and more into poison, but it's fine either way. Should do a video explaining how the different stats work. For instance, 300% damage to demons. What does it affect? What does it affect? And go over all that. Just melee. Well, melee and ranged. Physical damage. It'll be definitely something you watch 1,000 times. I have the other end of that actually done. The damage mitigation portion of it. I don't have the video done for the damage application. And I should note, any advice I give, you may hear other creators contradict it or have different opinions. It's because their goals are different. My goal is not endgame PvP, so my advice will be different from Coolies. My goal isn't speedruns, so my advice will be different from Llama. It's just a matter of what your priorities are. Like, he hates bone armor, but that's because bone's not something you're going to make in a speedrun. It does make you darn near physical immune, though. Do plus fire damage charms only affect weapon hits? They only affect weapon hits. For the plus fire damage. For fire skill is different, but fire damage, yeah. Only affects weapon hits. Whether that's a bow or a sword, it doesn't matter, but it has to be a weapon. An attack, if you will. Let's see. We should be almost there. I'm just kind of like putzing around for experience as well. Because we are starting to get, as you can tell from the XP bar, actually decent experience. Because we passed that level 25 threshold. Oh, of course it's fire enchanted. That was a pain to kill. I'm sorry. How do you get a 4-socket sword? Monarch, you're not going to get it until later. But for the shield, you're generally going to be a stealth, not a stealth, a rhyme, which is Shaleth, or a Ancient's Pledge, which is Ralort Tal. For the sword, I usually just farm normal cows or just find a broadsword that I randomly find on the ground throughout Nightmare, and then bring it back to normal Larzik and just socket it for 4 sockets. For the crystal swords, you have to have it be a specific level. For the broadsword, it's literally just, it caps out at 4. So as long as you get a high enough minimum item level, which is normal cows or nightmare or hell, you'll actually get high enough item level for it. Just a second. Let me kill this guy real quick and then I'll read some more. Oopa. Let's see. In the stats on weapons, does the damage value already take into account all bonus damage in the stats, or do you have to add those separately? That's a complicated question, actually. In some cases, yes. For both. But, oh yeah, we're not level 30 yet. So let's go ahead and more Fireball. What's the best skill in the game and why is it Warcry? Because it's Shockwave. But let's see. I'm trying to think of how to explain this. Because Grief, for example, the damage plus 400 doesn't display as part of it. But that's because it's more of like an elemental plus 400 physical damage, if that makes any sense whatsoever. It's applied differently. Whereas plus maximum plus minimum is applied on the weapon. So is percent damage. It's convoluted and stupid. And most of the problems come with the newer items, because they display slightly differently. And yes, I am backing off of that intentionally. And we killed some of them. Not all of them. Ah, I was wanting to be further away from him. No, that hurts. But we're fine. Best place to find a 4-socket shield, depending on what kind of 4-socket shield you're looking for. But if you're looking for it, Hell Cows, yes, is the best place to find a Monarch. Just because you're going to be able to kill a bunch of things and get a bunch of drops, just do it with very little or no magic find. Yeah, Paladin shields you can actually get from normal cows onward, if I remember correctly. I know you for sure can get them in Nightmare. With 4 sockets, that is. So we are level 26. We still can't get Insight yet. Good lord. Do I bother reviving the mercenary? Oh, we actually did get that quest done. Okay. Hi, Mazan. How you doing? So we got another Tall rune, we got another Rawl rune, we got another Ort rune. Okay, so we're going to actually do those two. And yes, I am evening out my items there. Let's see. Yeah, the update actually looks really, really nice. And I'm glad that we can finally see circlets. That makes me happy. So Monarchs actually drop with sockets, or do you need to use this? They can drop with sockets. Chances of it being 4 sockets are kind of slim, but it's there. Right now we're just stealth armor, resistance circlet, Eye of Etlik, Ancient's Pledge, resistance boots, resistance gloves, resistance rings, resistance belt, and a spirit sword. We're going to be upgrading to a spirit shield eventually, probably by end of Nightmare. We're going to be upgrading to Spirit Shroud, and we're going to be upgrading to Lore relatively soon, probably before we get out of normal. And then we have our belt waiting for us in Nightmare. Oh, we already have an Ancient's Pledge. I'm not going to make multiples of it because I don't need to. On single player, I do, just because I have the resources to do that. But here, I'm actually wanting to save these resources and upgrade them through the stuff, so I can get to kind of my late game goals as far as runes. Because I don't like taking runes from people. So, I mean, you can go give them to Llama. He can get his Enigma early. But I don't like doing that. I'd rather have you guys keep your stuff and enjoy the game. Because I have plenty of stuff in single player. If I want to jack around with a weird build, I can do it in single player. It doesn't matter. Yeah, they won't, but they can. That's a good answer to whether these will drop in cows with sockets. Anything can drop with sockets. Well, anything that can have sockets can drop with sockets. So... yeah, we're burning through money on these potions. I cannot wait until we get high enough level to get Mercenary on that insight nonsense. You just got a Monarch drop. Awesome.
Can I help?
What orb did we get? Well, actually, it's got resists. It's only sort of garbage because we've got better. But it's there. And as always, checking the merchant there. Yeah, I'm on PC as well. So if you guys ever want to play as a group, you're going to have to be on PC. This is our charm that we found. This is one of the reasons why we're sticking with fire, though. Crystalline Passage, yep. Do I go after Neelathak? Not in normal or Nightmare. Let's see. How do people split loot in multiplayer? You mean if they are farming Bela and he drops a Shako and there's 8 people in there, who gets it? Fastest click. The one who clicks the quickest gets it. Can you enlighten you on how the hell to run your sources Blizzard or Orb without putting any points into energy? Insight. It's a very cheap rune word that goes into a 4-socket polearm for your mercenary. You get it in Nightmare. Basically, you make this in Nightmare. You got your Monarch from Pindle. Got lucky because you weren't targeting at the time. Ah. You got it from one of his minions, but yeah. You have Leaf and Stealth right now working on Spirit and Lore. Yeah, Spirit will actually help with that. Because it gives you 107 mana in of itself. That boosts your mana regen as well. More mana means more mana regen because it's a % of your mana. But yeah, drops are who clicks first. And whenever you get to Nightmare, work on this as well. It's about the same cost as a Spirit. So you should be able to get it around the same time. Soul runes are fairly common, and you can get the rest of these from normal. But 4-socket polearm with Raltier, Tal, and Soul gives you the meditation aura from your mercenary, which basically means you not have to worry about... It makes it so you don't have to worry about any kind of mana issues on most characters. Or if you do, it's very rare that you have to worry about it. Best Hammerden base shield for Spirit. If you're going Spirit on a Hammerden, it's going to be... It's the elite shields, the little round ones. I forget the name of them. But yeah, the little round shields for elite are your best. If you're not finding those, the next best are going to be exceptional tall shields for the Paladin shields. Because for some reason, they made the little round ones have better block in Hell. Don't know why. If I'm remembering correctly. I might have that backwards. I just make it in whatever one I find with high resists. Because your block rate, while important, is pretty much offset by the use of Holy Shield. So you don't really have to worry about it that much unless you're min-maxing.
I need mana.
Sacred Targe. That sounds about right. Sacred ones.
Not enough mana.
Vortex, if I remember correctly, is more for your smiters. I literally do just put it in whatever 4-socket one I find with a lot of resists. And they're fairly common to find with a good resists. Yeah, level even like I have a really crappy insight that I rolled on this character. But well, not on this character, on this account. But it's fine. Level 12 is more than enough. Yeah, level 12 meditation is so much better than no meditation at all. Now, you do want to use a Holy Freeze Mercenary whenever you can finally get it. The Prayer Mercenary is just a temporary thing I have. But it is worth noting that some people get blinded by the fact that, hey, I can get double healing from running meditation with a Prayer Mercenary. Yeah, you get double healing, but the enemies move at normal speed. I'm actually surprised that worked. I've had so many portal shrines break on me. It's been kind of weird. Like, half the portal shrines I've touched haven't worked. Should you start with Blizz Source from the beginning of a new playthrough or start Lightning or Fire build in normal, then respec later? You should respec later. Personally, I recommend against Blizzard for going through the game. I recommend switching out to Blizzard after you've beaten Hell difficulty. Fireball Orb is generally going to be doing better, or Dual Elemental of any kind is going to be doing better for getting you through the story. You're going to be going after the Magic Find with Blizzard, which means you don't have to go through all these, like this area right here. Yes, this is live. It's over in the chat over on the right. You might have it set to a different chat setup for me. I currently had it actually set to top chat, but I see live chat regardless. Let's go ahead and pop that back up. But yeah, it's live. Should you start with a Blizz Source and blah? Yeah, but yeah, I usually don't recommend going Blizz Source like at all whenever you're just going through the story. I recommend it post game. Switch out whenever you get past Bale, and then just use it to farm. I mean, I actually answered one of your questions as well, so it's fine. Let's see. Mana potion, mana potion. Is that 2-socket? It is. We could actually Shale F that and make a rhyme. Let's go ahead and I'm going to murder this real quick and then I'll read that thing about freezing aura. You don't know if it's intention or bug, but your freezing aura merc becomes a Defiance merc when you go down. Does he actually become a Defiance merc, or does it just list it on his... Like, what it displays here is wrong. We've kind of determined that. It's a bug. It'll display whatever the one from that difficulty has, but they'll still use their original. I want more people to play the game, like, as far as, like, well, more people to enjoy the game. Because there's a lot of, like, nuance to it that you're not going to really notice as a new player, and it can get you hung up on some things. That's kind of my philosophy towards any game, is you should be trying to get more people to play it, not less. If there are people who are literally like, oh, you're not good enough, you don't get to play this. No. Would I teach you how to play Tarkov? Probably not, because I suck ass at it, but I'm still glad that people like Sean from Sydney and stuff actually answer new player questions on it. Makes me less bad because they actually answer the questions. And makes me less frustrated because I'm like, how did they kill me? Oh, because I didn't have earphones on. Thank you again for the easy tutorial on that rune words in single player. Oh, hardcore player only there? Yeah. Rune words are super important for hardcore because they can so boost your survivability. Running a Holy Fire Paladin Zeal, level 21 now. What level do you recommend swap to Holy Shock? Oh, you're going to be going for a Tesla then. I probably would aim for mid Nightmare. So at least level, like, late 30s, early 40s. I wouldn't say it's so much complicated as it's convoluted. Because there's a lot of things that are like, this one functions this way, this one functions that way. Let's make it confusing. Let's see. Do I care about the waypoint up here? Probably not. If we find it, awesome. If not, it's no big deal. Sorry for going quiet for a minute. I'm trying to concentrate on all these little numpties around me. There we go. Hardcore only, why? Just why? I generally only play hardcore single player, though. And some people just do it for the challenge, so it's fine. Let's see. Diablo, let's read down. You're on console and you're very sad that you don't have lobbies. I'm sad that you don't have lobbies, too. I kind of wish there was, like, optional crossplay as well. Not mandatory crossplay, but something that you could just... Kind of like how they do with the drop thing whenever I'm making a game on here. There's an option to set it so it displays for controller use versus non-controller use.
I need mana.
Just make an option like that for allowing console players in or not, but that's more also a decision for the console developers as well, not just Diablo 2. They don't always get along. But I think this one was mostly developers. Let's see. Complex was the best. Yeah, and they don't always interact in a consistent manner. Is a major issue with it. Because like grief and stuff like that is a really good example to go back to. Is grief does not necessarily function by the same rules as other plus max damage things. It functions by plus damage, which is an entirely different mechanic, even though it looks similar on paper. Going to take you out. We've got a full pack of these champions down here. Okay, let's get our mana potions from this. Pop that. It doesn't work because it's too close. Okay, why do you not use Leaf instead? It's +3 instead of Spirits +2 skills. There's actually 2 reasons. I actually do have Leaf on here. 3 fire skills. I didn't have a better Leaf. If I had a Fireball Leaf, I would use that instead. Because it would actually work out really well with this and make me do a lot more damage. And it would also still give me warmth and all that fun stuff. I'm using this because it has faster cast, almost the same amount of plus skills for the skills that I'm using, and this gives me a lot more resist. So you can see with Leaf, yeah, we have still max resists, but this just maxes me out for sure and gives me faster cast. This actually reaches another breakpoint for me as well. Early Hellfire Torch. Good luck with a Sorceress. No, Hellfire Torch, you generally want to go for a Paladin. And just try and get a Teleport Staff or something like that so you can get to Neolithac quick. And get the keys. Why do kids like the taste of Cinnamon Toast Crunch? Because sugar! All the sugar! Grief is not the only weapon that boosts smite damage, but it is extremely effective at it. There's about, I want to say 4 other weapons, or is it 3? There's a handful of them that have the damage plus X factor that actually do boost smite damage as well. Smiter, Fireclaw, and Kicksin are the only builds you know that can kill Ubers on a budget. Frenzy can do it too. The Frenzy Barb. But it's a lot riskier. You need a ton of Crushing Blow for that to work. But it is viable. But yeah, you basically budget kills of the Ubers, it's going to be pretty much fast attackers, which can just overcome the fact that they just can't hit for crap. And the... oh, I don't want to hit that just yet. And the auto hit from Smite. You can also sort of do it on a Summon Necro, but it's a little bit harder and not recommended for new players. But it's doable. Because it takes a teleport staff and teleport stomping them. And you, of course, always need resists and stuff like that for it. So there's the Ancient's Way waypoint. Super important one. Do we do Ancients at level 26? I don't think we should, but we can. I'll have to bug my mercenary beforehand. Oh, it just had to be Moon Lords? And the reason I'm still checking these is actually for resists, by the way. Okay, you're thinking about grabbing this game. You played a lot of Diablo 3, but never Diablo 2. Will I like this or feel it's dated where I have zero nostalgia for it? It's a completely different kind of game. I mean, think of Diablo 3 as the arcade Diablo. Diablo 2 is more your... I wouldn't say simulation Diablo, but it's definitely more your console Diablo. Your Diablo that is based around more detailed approaches to your character as opposed to just bigger numbers. Ancients is left of Ancients Way waypoint. No, it's not. There we go. Unless you mean like directional left. Like the pathfinding left. That's a different thing, but if you mean like left on this map, no. By left, you probably mean up here. Because if I remember correctly, the way this one forms, the waypoint is opposite the exit. I could be misremembering, though. And yes, we did just burn a teleport for that strange-ass reason. There's our resist scroll. Not going to help us much yet. Now for the fun part. Oh, you mean tile-wise. Okay. So you meant pathfinding-wise. Okay. Okay, let's go ahead and get healing potions. This is going to suck, isn't it? Yeah, it's going to suck. Oh, wow. That would actually be kind of funny. I could do some fun things with that, but I'm not going to get it because it's not worth the cost. Okay. I really don't want to. I don't want to. I'm going to die versus them. Let's go ahead. Let's go to Inner Cloister. Let's get him bugged. GL level 3, back up. Actually, I should probably check if the other door is open. Because if it is, this won't work. If it is, he'll walk through it. There we go. One last question. Is a build guide required or advised for a complete noob? Actually, I would avoid build guides, but save your stat and skill respec, which is a thing you get from early on. It's one of the quests you do super early, so it'll be fine. But no, you don't need to follow any builds. The only real advice I would give you as a new player is choose a skill and focus on it. Like, if you choose a sorceress and you're like, I want to go fire, focus on fireball. If you choose a sorceress and you're like, I want to go lightning, focus on lightning. If you want to be a necromancer, You want to focus on, and you want to focus on summons, focus in on your skeleton summon. If you want to be a bone user, focus in on Bone Spear. You can do it as long as you focus in on a specific skill throughout normal difficulty. As you get into Nightmare and Hell, you will want to look at guides, though. Easiest starter class, Paladin, followed by Assassin. The reason why I recommend Assassin more is because it's more castery, so it's a little bit easier to get into for really new players. Barbarian makes me angry. Makes me berserk. Haha. Okay.
Must be close.
Do I want to cheese them? Let's actually see if the cheese still works. Follow me, you fools. Okay, so they are ignoring Mazan. Come down here. Whoop. So he'll whirlwind around. These two will get stuck there. But yes, the AI break still works. There he goes. There we go. Yeah, Trapsin is very, very safe. So, Mercenary. Can you wander up that way? There you go, Mercenary. And this is how you cheese the Ancients. We don't really have a good weapon for him to do this. So this is going to take forever if we let him do it this way. But you can see we can just kind of leave him over there to just stab stuff. And he'll just stab Madoc to death, and then he'll go after Korlik as well. And they can't jump across here. Hydra's a unique thing. Hydra is bad in Hell difficulty. It is passable in Nightmare and Normal. It gets a bad rap because it got kind of pseudo-nerfed because of the casting delay. But yeah, Trapsin is very, very safe. But yeah, this is pretty much just, if you have trouble with the Ancients, you do this. And yes, Hydra builds can be fun. They're just not that good. You can hide around corners and the Hydras will shoot stuff, though. It's kind of the Sorceress equivalent to playing a Trapsin. Wasn't Hydra buffed in D2R? No. It was buffed in Project Diablo 2, though. Firewall has always been relatively strong. The thing is, aiming it is a problem for a lot of people. Simply put, if you can keep an enemy in an area, Firewall can be amazing because it does a lot of damage per second. But if you can't keep them on the Firewall, it's just a waste of mana. And it's always been kind of that way. It used to be way better, but it's still not bad. I think they made it actually hit how it's supposed to hit. Firewall, that is. It's more like they fixed the problem with it. But it's always been relatively strong. Inferno needs a fix. Kind of in a similar way. The enemy Infernos feel about the same as they used to me. But maybe that's just because I'm used to dodging them and I don't get hit by them very much. As soon as I see things rear back to do an Inferno, I walk away. But yeah, this is the cheese way to do this. And if you're wondering why he's not attacking the Mercenary, that's what the Mercenary bug is. They left it in. Basically, melee enemies cannot target my Mercenary while he's bugged. And that's why we went back to Act 1 and locked him in that room. You want to run Energy Shield? It would be nice if they would fix the mana burn bug. That's probably one of the biggest, like, cross-platform bugs that they need to fix. I think they still need... I still think higher priority should be getting lobbies to console players. Even if you have to just type it in using your controller on one of those, like, fake on-screen keyboards. It needs to be there. Ah, so close to orb. And yes, we did this at way too low of a level. But yeah, Inferno could use some help. Firewall's fairly decent. Am I going to respec? Nope. We are going through this without respecking for as many classes as possible. Except for the ones where it's just not fun not to. Trapsins have corpus explosion, lightning, and fire damage in their like main meta, yes. Where do I find a single player to play with on console? Yeah, that's why they need to make lobbies. Or at least let you make game names, for God's sake. It's irritating. What is... Where did that come from? Or were those always there and I just didn't notice? Who left their spine? Orb at level 30 plus teleport can finish Nightmare in 2 hours. You can probably finish it faster than that, even. Needless, and we are getting caught on terrain again. Needless to say, Sorceress can actually beat normal in under 2 hours. So Nightmare, you can actually even go even faster because you have more mana and access to proper teleports. You would guess more balance issues might be tweaking if D2R gets big enough. I don't think they're going to change as much as some people are hoping. I would more anticipate possibly fixing of a handful of bugs first, though. And there's our second level. I'm going to go ahead and keep going strength. I want to get up to the strength level for our shield so I don't ever have to think about it again. I think the only PC from console change that I would make is allow us to make a hotkey bar down here like the controller setup. But for console, there's way more important things to fix. It's literally just let them have lobbies, let people join games in a more conscious manner. Because that's one of the like essential parts of this. Let's see. You'd love to see Slash players online. That would be a little bit broken. Then you'd have people isolating themselves online. Let's see. Leveling the Sorceress from scratch takes a long time. It can. If you're actually just going through, like, normal, like... If you're going through, like, in a rush, like a speed run kind of thing, it doesn't take too long because you have teleport and all that stuff. And you're just chugging mana potions the entire time. That's why a lot of like veteran players will just rush through with a Sorceress early just to get access to those late game areas and items sooner. That's why I went with Necromancer early on, just because I don't care about rushing for the end game stuff. I have that in single player. Your stupid mercenary won't bug. Oh no. Let's see what's on Switch. Bugged fine, then this game stopped bugging after I opened Portal to Cows. I think I missed a part of the conversation somewhere. A loot filter would be nice. Literally a total different game. I wouldn't say it's a totally different game, but it is enough different that it makes it less fun to play. I would say the Sorceress is one of the worst to level for new players. Because as a new player, you're going to be dying a lot more and losing a lot more XP, especially in Nightmare in Hell. Friend got D2R on Nintendo Switch. It's so bad. It's so horribly awful. It loads forever and looks like crap, I'm assuming is what you mean by that. Has frame drops, not to mention inventory management. He cried. Yeah, inventory management on console is complete ass. But... that I already knew. That's true of all the consoles, because you're having to go through basically the grid, if that makes sense. Which is never a pleasant thing. More inventory space. I wouldn't mind the ability to create a character that is literally just... Give me a literal mule like what they had in Dungeon Siege. A mule class that literally just has an unlimited stash just for themselves. So it's not having to load it every time. I can move what I need over into the thing. Let me make Wariv. A merchant that can just travel between my stashes and hold all my items. That way you're not actually putting the kind of load that a pluggy kind of setup where you have access to everything on every character on the server. It would actually save the resources for it. Sorry, I'm mildly concentrating. And no, I don't want that broadsword. Pluggy for D2R. Honestly, I would rather have a literal mule character that just had unlimited tabs on their inventory thing and just couldn't fight. You could even wander around with it if you wanted to, I guess. There'd be mule % runs. Ouch! I always forget these guys actually hurt like a truck. And they're not targeting the mercenary because I have him bugged. There will it probably won't be made by the pluggy guy, but there probably will be a pluggy for D2R eventually, whether it flies in the face of terms of service or not. The D2 modding community is not very respectful of terms of service. Mule will be sold separately as a microtransaction for $30. I actually wouldn't, if I had the money, I wouldn't be opposed to paying $10 for it. I'm gonna be just straight frank with that. It's like, yeah, it's a microtransaction, but it's not necessarily pay to win, it's pay to hoard. What are you gonna accuse me of paying to hoard? It's like renting a storage container. I'm like that dude in Demon Souls. You have a heart of gold. Don't let them take it from you. Oh, lordy. I have not actually gotten to play through Demon Souls. I have it on PlayStation 3. And I keep meaning to set that up and do it on the Let's Play channel, but... If you've ever tried to record from console after doing PC recording for, like, years on end, it feels inconvenient as hell to hook everything up. Whenever on PC it's literally just plug and play. Yeah, I have a lot of pages for uniques and set items. I like to collect items. I'll literally be having most of my account as mules. Would 100% pay for a mule in D2. Thank you. We should make that as a suggestion. Just open up a suggestion box for it. I'll make a video and everybody can send it to him. This guy is fire immune. Which sucks for me. We do actually have cold spells. It's not very strong, but it works. It works, sort of. We're a Blizzard Sorceress! Oh no! Such a travesty. You'd pay cash for PoE type tabs? I can see that. I'm going to stop by town to keep my mercenary from dying, though. Because I don't want to have to bug him again.
Good afternoon.
So that goes in there. Do we need more stuff? I'm going to go ahead and grab some more mana potions. Are we really going to beat Bale by 30? Probably. You already have at least 8 mules. I should show off my single player thing. I'm not done even transferring them over. I literally have one named Gems ruby. And it's literally just perfect rubies. And let's go ahead and go back to fireballs. Yeah, because those guys are a pain in the ass. Hey, Bartuk, how's it going? And this is another reason why I want those resists. Because of bloody hydras. Hardcore? No, this is softcore. I don't play hardcore online. I only play it in single player. Let's back up. Any thoughts on doing more randomizer after D2R has been out a while? I might. I still have randomizer installed. You remember buying a second D2 X-Pack CD just to make another account that had all your mules? I mean, you used to be able to make as many accounts as you wanted in D2. Just make them and just go with it. And yes, we are doing this. Did we not lure all of them out? Nope, we missed our lister. Ouch, get away, run away. He's the Vorpal bunny of the enemies. We lured the rest of them out, but just not him. Oh, he's regenerating. I actually have to, like, face tank him. There you go. Yeah, he started regenning, and I didn't notice it. It's like, ah, shit. Without the spare CD key, you couldn't have them on at the same time. So you'd have to, like, get into a character, swap accounts, then hop into the game. You'd have to have it permed or have somebody in there holding it for you. Is there a single-player character limit? I know we can move D2S files around, but maybe a limit on how many the game shows at once. That I don't know. I have not tested it. I'm only currently up to about a dozen on single-player because I've been organizing them as I go. The servers have had some lag issues for you. Yeah, well, that's just the nature of playing online, too. I don't trust servers because I know all the things that can go wrong with servers. And just some dick being angry at Blizzard could shut them down for a day. Or in the middle of your run and you could lose a week's worth of grinding. Still love the game as much as you did in 2000? Yeah. Do you think D2 diehard fans will stop playing the old version and switch to the Resurrected one? I think it'll be split. This new one won't have LAN support, even though they said they would do it previously. That's because of security issues. And yes, there are legitimate security issues. Do I like it? No. Am I glad to hear it? No. But it is a real thing. There are people who are going to stick with the mods, and there's people who are going to come over. There are going to be mods for D2, whether it's with Blizzard's blessing or not, there will be mods. Just because of how diehard the community is. There's already people cracking it to the point that they can do things that Blizzard doesn't want them to do. Okay, time for Bale. We're probably going to die at least once here. Unless I'm really, really lucky and we get a good pattern. We got a good pattern. And we got an Alders. Okay. Ta-da! Really, actually not a bad weapon at all. If you guys are curious, this is a really good early Zealot weapon. There is someone actually working on porting the graphics to old Diablo 2. But if you're curious, this is actually a really solid early Zealot weapon, especially since it has 3 sockets in it and you can kind of mess around with its stats. So that just gives us even more incentive to go Zealot and not respec the Paladin. Yep, 3 sockets. If I remember correctly, they're always 3 sockets. I could be wrong on that, though. As far as what we want to take with us, Greatsword's probably going to be worth more. You're impressed, mortal. And let's actually see if we can keep that with us. And it didn't show us the little Slayer title or anything. But we are a Slayer. Okay. Two to 3. Yeah, there are some things with variable sockets. My favorite one is the Eden Axe. I can't remember the name of it. Rune something, I believe. But yeah, that's one of my favorite. Like, just it's not a good weapon. It's just one of my favorites because you can mess around with it so much. But we're into Nightmare. We're not even level 30 yet. So, yeah. Not necessarily ideal, but functional. So this gets to get identified. 2-socket that would be hilarious on an Act 1 mercenary. Throw a Neff in there. I should be glad to have a dedicated community for a 20-year-old game. Yeah. But Blizzard... I'm about to talk some shit on Blizzard real quick. So if you're a Blizzard employee and you don't want to hear shit about the company, close your ears for a minute. But basically, Blizzard is notorious, not just bad, but notoriously bad about not listening to their customers. They've had really good PR people in the past, and they've really pushed some really great ideas. The thing is, management hasn't listened. For refilling GCs, I don't think you can refill Grand Charms. For re-rolling them, it is just 3 perfect gems. Like, I could throw these 3 topazes in with a Grand Charm and shift it to something, but I'm not going to shift the Grand Charm I have right there because I like that Grand Charm. And I'm going to keep this up here away from everything. No, ever since it's been true about Blizzard for at least a decade, if not 2 decades, about their community issues. Blizzard North was a little bit more interactive, but Blizzard, the actual, like, what we know as Blizzard now, is not. Yeah, reroll. Reroll is 3 perfect gems and the item. I usually do it with topazes or diamonds because I can use the other ones for other things. Mercenary's level 21. I am level 28. That means that if we go back and hire a mercenary, it's going to be 26. So no, he won't be able to equip this stuff. Yeah, Grand Charms can be rerolled. Small Charms can be rerolled. Just using the perfect gem formula. And that is our mercenary gear whenever we get 1 more level. Let's go ahead and Den of Evil. Yeah, we'll do Den of Evil. We can always use more skill points in our fire stuff. Yep, reroll Diablo or Bell Hell Grand Charms. 40 max life. Level 42 requirement, but 40 max life. Actually, I think the high life ones will be a little bit higher, but still. I'm not re-rolling this one. We're using this one. You hope they fix the crashing on BattleNet if you remake lobbies while doing MF runs and the game crashes often enough to... Oh. I haven't done any, like, spammed Magic Find runs. I don't usually do those anyway. Make your customers happy and make more money? Yeah. There's some companies that are learning that. You say you want a mobile game? Don't you have phones? No, I'm not going to drag that on too much more, but yeah. It's funny. It's yeah. I've taken the piss out of that a few times. So what are the blue gems for? You have 20 perfect ones. Wonder if you need to save. They are used. Let's see. That's caster. This is blood. This is safety. This is hit power. Hit power you're going to be using on if you're making crafted Amazon gloves. That's the main use of that one. They do Frost Nova on everything, though, so it can be kind of fun for a pacifist build. There's a lot of videos about Mephisto Bale runs. How come there are almost none about Diablo runs? Because Mephisto and Bale are generally easier for people. A lot of the top Magic Find builds, and I use like really big air quotes there, suck ass at Diablo runs. The reality is Diablo runs are actually really, really good runs because, one, River of Flame and Chaos Sanctuary are both level 85 areas, which means every item can drop there. The Diablo can drop not every item in the game, but a good chunk of them. They do spawn a few less boss mobs, but they also have the Finger Mages, which have junk drops, which are really good for finding runes. So it's kind of a nice balanced area. If you're looking for uniques, you're better off in different level 85 areas. If you're looking for like specific things for equipping, like your normal unique equipment for, say, a Javazon or something like that, Mephisto is going to be faster to get those. And if you're looking for like level 99 items, like the level 99 charms that are necessary for some things, specifically certain small charms, you have to farm Bale. But Diablo and Chaos Sanctuary is my most run area. That's how I got the vast majority of my items. But I actually run Chaos Sanctuary specifically, not necessarily Diablo. Because you can actually speed Diablo. You go in, you pop the seal, kill each of the bosses, and then get him. It's worth noting that the seal bosses in Chaos Sanctuary do not drop every item in the game. They are actually limited. They're special monsters, so they don't match the area's level expectations. So they actually drop like a lower level unique mob. They still drop really good stuff. They just drop like a lower level unique mob. You can't kill the second Bale wave as a Hammerden? Yeah. You don't run Bale as a Hammerden. You run... I run Chaos on a Hammerden as well, but most people will run like cows, or they'll run just stuff like that. And as far as my Hammerden, I usually run with about 350 Magic Find if I'm doing Magic Find on it, which is a little bit higher than I usually recommend, but it's fine. God, we are getting decent experience whenever we're killing these, and it's moving our XP bar. That's a good thing. And we have boss mobs in here, which are going to be good XP as well. These guys are cold resistant, if I remember correctly. So that means nothing to us, because we are fire. And I cannot wait until we get up to level 29. I'm going to like go back to normal difficulty and just get a mercenary just to have that. So what I want to do is I want to go grab the waypoint, go do Den of Evil, and then go back to normal and get myself a level 27 mercenary so I can have insight. You're at 380. Took your advice and didn't make wealth and just waited for a 4-socket armor with fully topaz. Yeah, Jeweler's armor is actually a really good one for that too. But just do it in like a junk Jeweler's with just a little bit of extra life or similar stuff. and you can get good magic finding as well. Just a random 4-socket armor is fine too. P Topaz is so much cheaper than Lemco tier. So let's see. Grab that. Do we start going down there towards Meteor? Not yet. I do like that it shows our base level, though. So how do you deal with physical damage immunes as a smiter? You hybridize. The smiter is a very cheap build point-wise. So usually, as a smiter, you're packing an alternate build, and then smite is the add-on. How do you calculate mercenary level? It shows it right there. But no, if you're hiring a guy, they're generally going to be about 2 levels lower than you at the high end. So whenever you go to hire them, they'll be about 2 levels higher. I mean, 2 levels lower than you. And since we leveled up, let's go get ourselves a mercenary, because we just needed level 27. And we can go down in Den of Evil with meditation. And do I want anything off of him? Not really. Only thing I really care about is the Blood Thief. Simply because I plan to use that for something. Don't ask. But yeah, for the smiter, I literally just make a Hammerden and then I add points to smite. I get level 1 smite and max holy shield on the Hammerden, and you literally have a Hammerden with smite. Smiter is very, very, very cheap point-wise. So let's see. I guess I could sell his stuff as well. Fine, we'll take it off. Level 28. There we go. Yeah, but see how Razan is level 27? Generally speaking, it's going to be 26 to 28 for most of these. You'll have some outliers like Haseen there. You'll have some that are like... Kasim is an outlier as well, but we're going to take him anyway.
I am overburdened.
Yeah, it's going on you for now until we get to home. But now we can actually equip him properly.
It is an honor to serve you.
Oh, he doesn't have the strength, does he? No, he's 5 strength off. Do we actually get strength off of any of these? I don't think we did. No, we didn't. Well, he'll be weaponless for like 2 levels, 3 levels, or something like that.
I'll put that to good use.
Although we might have an option for him. Do we have... No. That only adds dexterity. Well, that sucks. I do have a solution to it if we really need to put it on him. Which I kind of want to. Because if I remember correctly, this gives strength. Yeah. Hey, Farah, how's it going? Thank you. Let's go ahead and do that for now.
I'll put that
And now we can equip that. I forgot that he doesn't have enough strength at that level.
Put that to good use.
And he'll have Life Leech later. Did they fix the bug with online and offline characters sharing the same name that could lead to one becoming inaccessible and invisible? Not positive on that one. I haven't tested it yet. I don't plan on testing it either. Unless I do it on like level 1 characters. Found a 4 open socket Dust Shroud, everything but Monarch this game. 4 open socket Dust Shroud can be used for Magic Find armor. But it's not exceptionally good. But anyway, we have meditation. Let's go to Nightmare. Nightmare time. I'll probably test it with like level 1 characters just to check on it. It's not something that I usually run into because I try to keep them separate so I can mentally have them separated. But now we generally aren't going to have to worry about mana very much. Because I think we, with meditation... Come here, mercenary. Give me meditation. Yeah, we can essentially firebolt forever. I don't think we can fireball forever. No, we cannot fireball forever. We can firebolt forever. Do you plan to use item with strength to get up to 156 strength? Nope. I plan to dump points into it until I get there. Now, if I had a Enigma or something like that, or actually probably better Chains of Honor with this character, I would probably go for plus strength on equipment, but we don't have that. Meditation is very huge. I don't care that it's Defiance. We'll go Holy Freeze whenever we get to... I mean, we'll have Holy Freeze whenever we get to Act 2, but you can see that it shows Defiance. We won't be able to get Holy Freeze until Act 2 in Nightmare. Just dealing with mana pots while tellying around, yeah, it saves so much trouble. This is the right aura, this is Defiance. So this is going to be the cave that we need to clear. But yeah, now insight is super important for the Sorceress and for the Necromancer. For everyone else, it's okay. Hammerden generally needs it. Necromancer definitely needs it so he can just spear for eternity. And once we get to level 30, we can do Orb. You invested a lot of points in Meteor. Should you reroll? No, you stick with Meteor. Meteor is a very powerful spell. I just don't go for it right away. What I'll probably end up doing, if you're curious, is at level 30, we're going to get Orb, and then we're going to get Cold Mastery with the thing we get from Den of Evil. What I think of Firewall 20 Fire Mastery 1. I don't know if that would be enough for Immunes in Hell. If I was going for, generally speaking, there's specific hybrid skills. Firewall is the fire hybrid skill that you generally want to go for. It does okay damage with 20, and then the rest into Mastery. But generally, it's Firewall, Frozen Orb, or Nova for the split trees. Firewall with Fire Mastery will kill things in Hell. It's just not going to be super fast. You will need your Mercenary to tank for you. Is probably the best answer I can give. You will need practice using Firewall, too. Frankly, because it will be difficult as a new player starting out to actually use Firewall effectively. Unless you're really used to positioning in other games. That's another reason why I usually suggest the Fireball Orb option. Because Orb is probably the easiest the easiest split. I'm trying to think of how to... The easiest spell to use in a dual elemental setup. There we go. That's how I should phrase it. Because, frankly, fire, you have Firewall for your dual elemental. It's the hardest to aim of the three. Then it's Nova, and then it's Orb. 1 point of Cold Mastery. If you're going dual elemental, yes. 1 point in Cold Mastery is enough. Because you'll have enough plus skills to put it up to at least a reasonable amount to do enough damage. Because you're generally going to have at least +6 all skills, even from just like garbage gear. You can move into better gear if you really want.
I am overburdened.
Wow. Did it really not...
Has been purged
Oh,
of
it's
evil.
one socket, you son of a... Yes, I just did evil eye that wand for being one socket. I am glad it is helpful. But that wand just earned my ire.
You have
So identify you. Let's see, if that was 2 socket. If that was 2 socket, that would be good. But it's 1 socket, so it's garbage. Okay, so let's go ahead and sell those. We're going to clear up a little bit of room here. Yes, we need the Am rune. Yes, we're saving our skill point. I'm not too worried about Fire Mastery just yet, but we'll get there. And for this, we actually do want to be stashing our resources a little bit. Okay. I do want to keep a little bit in here just for restocking.
Yes.
So trade repair, give me all your garbage. Double checking on potential belts, but nothing really standing out. Mesh belt could be okay for certain things. That's your blood belt, though. Which we'll probably be making some in the future. Just we're too low level for that purchase to be really worth it. So, anywhoozle, Cold Plains. Our next quest is going to be rescuing Kane. How far into Nightmare will we get? I don't know. Depends on how much energy I have, although I do need to probably disappear in about 2 hours to finish up the last episode and, finish up, not last episode, tomorrow's episode. I need to edit the video for it. I need to make a couple of the rune words because I don't make gloom armor at all, and I need that for the video. Let's see. Anyone know if you can look through the map on console, or is it static and you have to walk the area to see? I think you might have to walk the area and see. Hey, congrats on the rainbow facet. May it be a 5/5 rainbow facet. It's worth noting that a 5-point rainbow facet provides 1% of penetration. 5 and -4. Still not bad. That's actually a fairly decent one. (5/4) is still good. If you can break their resistances with something else, that 4% still works wonders. Yeah, real life has to come first. And while I enjoy streaming, I'm not sure whether people actually want to know about this, but the majority of the income on this channel does come from ads on the videos, not on streaming. I enjoy streaming more, though, but that's an entirely different deal. Not bad for your first ever one? Yeah, honestly, I'd be happy with a 5/4 even on my single-player characters, and I have dozens of rainbow facets. 5/4 is good. I've gotten so many 3/3s that it's like, why? Why do you hate me, game? Let's see. So, what base would you do Chains of Honor in when you get to that point? If I had just like a choice of any armor in the game, Arcane. Not Arcane Plate. The Elite Mage Plate. I keep forgetting the name of it. But yeah, that is what I'd put it in if I had a choice of anything. Usually I'll end up doing it like in the Elite Studded Leather, because I have terrible luck finding those higher level armors. Yeah, it's more strength requirement, but I still have to get up to enough for Spirit Shield anyway, so it's fine. I just aim for light armor and not breastplate. I'm sorry, I hate the look of breastplate on all but like 2 characters. And that is our first set ring, believe it or not. Archon plate. There we go. Thank you. Thank you, John. I appreciate it. Hopefully things are going well for you. K. Higgins. I remember when I was actually using one of those. It's not the best armor in the world. It's not bad. It's just, I mean, I wouldn't refuse it. Wire Fleece, yeah, I think is the name of it. And I would go for the elite version.
Stones radiate powerful magic.
I think Wire Fleece might be the exceptional. But I could be wrong. I don't have the armor window open. Actually, I don't have any D2 windows open other than the stream. I actually have my file system open right now. So... just because I didn't think to open it. Let's see. Yeah, definitely taking some damage from these things. Ouch! Stop it. Your poison is not welcome here, you fool. We're just looking for the waypoint. But yeah, whatever the elite studded leather armor is usually what I end up putting it in. I don't know why that's the one that I always find for socket. So, and 3 socket and everything. I find a ton of those. It's kind of like the runes for me. You have a wire fleece with 4 open sockets. That's 393 defense. I can't remember whether it's exceptional or elite. I would have to go look at like Ariat Summit to double check. It's the easiest place to check stuff like that. But yeah, I would make it in that if I just had it laying around. Generally speaking, I am not too concerned about defense. I know that's kind of like anti-thematic for a lot of people. They want maximum defense, but excuse me. Generally speaking, defense is not that important. You didn't even know jewels could be any other quality other than magical, or you randomly found a rare jewel from a Duriel kill. How do you use Rainbow Facet? Rainbow Facets, just socket like any other jewel. There are some various builds that use them, but they can go into any piece of equipment that can have sockets. But you won't find Rainbow Facets until Hell Council. So they're fairly uncommon for new players to encounter. Usually, if you find a rare jewel before that, you might have actually rolled a unique and it just decided to give you a rare. Just like magical ones could have been set ones. Because yes, it can roll set and magic on those. Just made it to Nightmare on your Poison Nova Necro. Any tips for gearing up for Nightmare difficulty? Make sure you have lower resist. Get a Meditation Mercenary for stuff like that. Try to get at least a Golem to protect your ass, because it's going to take you a while to kill things. And beyond that, as usual, plus skills and resists. I doubt you're going to get a Black Hand Key, so that's going to be probably a no-go for a while. But that will be your best weapon. Your best gloves will be Trangul's Claws. And level 30. Actually, we want that like that. And we now have Frozen Orb. And people say Frozen Orb sucks. As it one-shots things. Let's see. That should be good for us. But yeah, that's generally, that's going to be the best you can really do in Nightmare. You're going to struggle in Hell until you get some kind of minus poison reduction. The lower resist helps, especially against non-poison immunes, but you're going to be struggling with it. until you get something good to reduce resistances beyond that. Found both those items today, Trangs and Black Key. Kept them because you had no idea they are good. Necro build would they work on? Poison, Nova, Necro. Those are two of the key items for a Poison, Nova, Necro because the gloves boost poison damage, and the way damage piercing works is lower resist will try to pierce first, and most things that have poison immunity are relatively low %, so once you break it, the Black Hand Key will work at full effect, which means you do a ton of poison damage. If you use it wrong, Frozen Orb can be absolutely terrible in hell, but so can Blizzard. So it's kind of one of those things where this is just really easy to use for most people. Even if you're like aiming bad, you're still going to do damage with it, whereas Blizzard is a very limited area. And also, if you're dual elemental, Frozen Orb is your best option for cold damage. Because you basically, if you're a Fireball Sorceress looking for a second element, such as Frozen Orb or Blizzard, you're better off putting 16 points in Frozen Orb than 17 points in Blizzard. Just because of how they function. You just got String of Ears and Hell Cows. Congratulations.
Carry anymore.
That's honestly one of my favorite items. But what you want to do, if you're having trouble killing things with Frozen Orb, by the way, let's see if we can get a good example going, is you want to... I missed with that one. Basically, you want where the Frozen Orb ends, because it will always end at a fixed distance. It'll fix about right there. So if we go like that, we can actually have them end on top of the enemies. And this is one of those things that I use to teach people how to use Frozen Orb, is you want to fire it out and put your mouse where it pops, and then just keep your mouse that distance from your character, and you'll be able to pop it on top of enemies. So it works out quite well. And it does 16 hits. Let's see. But Frozen Orb as a main on a dual elemental isn't a hot idea, is it? Since no other tree has good low investment options for immunes. Actually, try Elemental Sorceress. Let's have that discussion real quick. Try Elemental Sorceress relies on the 3 low investment skills of each one. For Lightning, that is Nova. It has no synergies. It just goes Nova, Lightning Mastery. For Frozen, it's Orb and a little bit of Cold Mastery. For Fire, there is an argument for Fireball, but usually these days it's Firewall that people will choose. So you 20 Firewall, 20 Fire Mastery. So that is with prerequisites. You have your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that is your level 99. You have everything maxed out with... I think you'd usually end up with 19 Frozen Orb, 20 Nova, 20 Lightning Mastery, 20 Firewall, 20 Fire Mastery. But if you're going for like main cold with a support other option, if you're going Blizzard, I would go... If you're going cold and lightning, I would go say like Blizzard and Nova. But I usually don't main cold unless I'm doing Magic Find. And generally speaking, I'm not going to be doing Magic Find while I'm going through the difficulties. This also lights up the area quite effectively. I'm actually kind of happy that it has a little bit better of a light aura than before. Tri Elemental doesn't kill as quickly, but can kill anything. Don't try it before level 90, though. Pretty much. I usually would say, if you're going Tri Elemental, you start out going Dual Elemental. You choose 2 of them to start out as. And then once you get those in their final form, you end up going into the 3rd Elemental. At least that's my approach to it. I don't particularly like it unless I have a lot of plus skills, though. Because each of these skills will kind of not do too great without plus skills except for Orb. But generally speaking, this build trashes Nightmare. Hey, we found Jared's stones. Jared, I'm sorry, you lost your stones. That's not a terrible one. If we didn't have Spirit, I'd use it.
Impossible.
What do, oh, I have that greatsword in there. That greatsword can go the hell away. And is it angelic? No, it's Cathan's. I mean, I need 2 Cathans anyway, but... And that's not bad. I'm keeping that. Oh, these guys are gonna hurt. You can see where the one that it landed on just totally just got decimated. Because what it does is whenever it reaches the end of the orb, you can see that little pop that it does. That is 16 glacial spikes that come flying out of there, and they do a crap ton of damage.
Impossible.
But yes, we're keeping the 11 whatever Grand Charm. That is
I need a key.
essentially, you have 320 small charms. This is essentially kind of like that, except big. And way better than 3. A lot of people do dismiss Grand Charms for attack rating and damage whenever they're honestly pretty solid in that regard. They just get less maximum life. So people generally prefer the small little 320/20s with 3 max damage, 20 attack rating, and 20 life. Instead of the, I believe Grand Charms can get up to 12, if I remember correctly. Because this is a single, no, this is a dual one. We got a 10, 74, and a 1. But yeah, generally speaking, you want the orb to end on something that you want to kill.
This ancient tree has an aura of magic about it.
And yes, we will be dumping that in our inventory. We don't need it on this character. We need it on our Zealot that we're going to do. Because we are definitely leaning into Zealot now for the Paladin build. Why? Because we've done a Summoner, we've done a Caster, we need a melee character. So I guess the Paladin will be our melee character. Which is going to fly in the face of everyone who wants a Hammerden. Saigon's helmet. Complete the set. Congratulations. I think I only have 2 parts of Saigon's right now. Sadly. I haven't been doing a lot of Magic Find, though. I don't usually do a lot of Magic Find. There we go. I knew that you could shoot over parts of that fence. Now what we want is the waypoint. And yes, we're only level 30 and we're just wrecking everything in Nightmare. This is not normal for most classes. Usually you want to be in your 40s before Nightmare for most classes. That's why the Sorceress is scary. When built properly, she can wreck everything. Including your life. Okay, let's drop stuff off at the pool. That's gonna go in there. Oh, I don't want to put that in there. I want to open it up. Thank you. Oh, we're full, so let's go ahead and dump you there. I'm gonna try and just get everything down here at the bottom. I know it takes longer for me to transfer it over there, but it's gonna keep it organized for me. Being Bloodraven, the Summoner, and Diablo. Yep. Yeah, the history of that is basically, I mean, we know that Diablo is the corrupted warrior. They show that in the cinematics, even whenever they did the teasers for Diablo 2, he was traveling into the east with the crystal. But, and how is he doing on levels, by the way? 104, I don't think that's enough.
I'll put that to
Yeah,
good
it's
use.
not enough yet. But yeah, it has some lore, and then the rogue just got corrupted into Bloodraven, and the sorcerer went mad. and became the summoner, a replacement for the actual summoner. Because there was one before that. You actually managed to find all 3 parts of the set in Classic, but you also found an undead crown, so I don't know what to use once you get to the level that can use the crown. Depends on your build. Generally speaking, for most characters, if I'm using Saigons, I'm going to use the gloves, belts, and boots. The helmet is one of the last ones unless I have a need for something in one of those 3 slots. Let's see. Do we want to bother keeping the... No, we'll sell it for money. We have better made items.
Ah, there. Hello.
But yeah, Diablo in general has some dark stuff going on. I mean, even Diablo 3 does have some dark lore. It just went a little bit less extreme than its predecessors. Playing a Summon Necro, then I would go with Undead Crown. Honestly, most builds I'd go with Undead Crown, because Undead Crown is better for the melee characters. It's better for, yeah. But yeah, Saigon's helm does look cool. I actually had a character in full Saigons whenever I was testing transferring characters over. That said, I did go and test Fend, and it actually does feel better. Doesn't feel perfect, doesn't feel good, it feels better. So, take that as you will. I might actually make a Fendazon, it felt good enough. So let's see, are we going to get... Yay, we got a pentagram. Dun, 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 dun. We got the pentagram. Sweet. I don't know why I get some satisfaction out of that, but never underestimate the power of Fashion Souls. I mean, you're not wrong.
Deckard Cain, get to the rogue camp.
And yes, we have Fireball on our left click. We don't need no stinking Glacial Spike. Got Fire and Ice. We're the antipode. Mercenary might die to you, Griswold. And even though we're not hitting him dead on, it's doing a ton of damage. There we go. That was what you want to do. You want to make a one-handed Fenzon, but fear they were made for the big spears. You like shills, but don't like Lightning Fury much. You should be able to now make a Fenzon with a shield. I'm trying to think which weapon I would use on it, though. There are a few good javelins. Griswold armor worth anything? It's good armor. I don't know if it's got high trade value, because Griswold was really popular for a while back in the day, but I don't know if it still is. I think some people have moved on to alternatives and kind of ignore it. It's not as famous as it used to be either. Let's see, is that good? No. I mean, it's okay, it's just not good. If we were going on our first rotation through, I would possibly use it. I probably wouldn't use Titans. I'd be more inclined, if I was going to be using a unique, I'd be more inclined to use Thunderstroke. The matriarchal Jav. But there's also the ethereal ones. There's an elite ethereal javelin that's pretty good as well. Not Ghost Flame. One of those. Sandstorm Treks are really amazing. So we have Magic Find Rings. Do we want to use them? Not really. Skill tree. We're still happy with our fire so far, so I'm gonna just level up Orb. I'm gonna go with it. I'm gonna go all in on the orbs. Okay, we're gonna have to walk a little bit. Can't teleport everywhere yet. We don't have quite that amount of mana. Yeah, I remember when Silence was popular too. Right whenever the 1.10 kind of first dropped, it was pretty popular, and also back in 1.09. No, Silence is... I'm thinking of a different one. Never mind. Silence was popular, though. It was more theory-crafted, though. What? Which one am I thinking of, then? Maybe it was Silence I'm thinking of. Because it was a 1.09 rune word. I'm getting old and my brain don't work too well. I have to use notes, which I can double check myself on. So there's the Black Marsh waypoint. So we could farm Tower. Are you Jon Snow? Well, there may not be any thrones here, but we got a game. And Silence is pretty much the only thing that you're really going to use a 6 socket for nowadays anyway, unless it's ethereal. Honor was pretty popular, but that was more of a, if I remember correctly, mid-tier option. Or low tier. I think it may have been Silence that I'm thinking of. Because Silence is +1 skills. A few other mods. Some people were wanting to use it on bows, but it doesn't really work great on bows. There was an argument over whether it was better than Wind Force. Hey, Venomord, we're not picking your shit up. We do not pick up Venomord. We already have one. And we will see 1,200 of them. That and Eisenhearts. That's because breastplates are in, like, they're one of the most common things in the treasure classes.
Oh no, we're on fire. Whatever will we do?
Now, Hell Countess is something we probably won't do. Unless we use the mercenary for it. Honor's good because it's cheap, yeah. It's a cheap +1, if I remember correctly. And it was the non-ladder thing for plus skills. Don't forget Cathan's Seal. I already have that. I kind of wish they had... I actually do want 2 Cathan Seals, though, for reasons. But I want Angelic. Because Angelics are actually really kind of nice. And yes, we are going to be getting a decent amount of levels just going through. Do I really need these? No. I already have a pair. And our current boots are better. Chances are we'll find most of these low uniques a million times anyway. Just running through with each of the characters. That's how you can find a lot of your items. Just play through the game once with each class, and you'll find a lot of items. You'll find enough items to probably equip at least one of those characters to the brim. What's the price of a Monarch? I don't know. I'm not big on trading, so I have to apologize for that. You'll have to understand that. Whenever I trade, I'm literally trading more like, what is this worth to me versus that? As opposed to, what's the market value of this? Because I would much rather have something that is worthless to other people and useful for me than something that is worth a lot to other people and worthless to me. What's better damage-wise, maxed out Fanaticism or Holy Shock? Depends on your weapon, unfortunately. But if you have Dream set up, you can actually do both. It's just really expensive. But generally speaking, the safer bet of the two is Fanaticism. Fanaticism, get yourself an okay, just exceptional or elite weapon and just run with it. But if you're wanting to be experimental, Holy Shock can actually be decent. It's just Fanaticism helps you hit those breakpoints easier, gives you a little bit more flexibility in your weapon choices, that kind of stuff. I'm not a big fan of trading in any game. It's not a Diablo specific thing. I'm not a good capitalist. My value is more in how useful it is for me than anything. Money! I love auto gold pickup. It makes life so much easier. Do I need any of that stuff? No. And how are we looking on resists? Fairly solid. See what our resists are with Leaf whenever we... Yeah, our resists with Leaf are absolute ass. Paid 2 codes for a white monarch yesterday. Oh, God. Man, I wouldn't have minded a co. I actually used... oddly, a lot of co-runes in Runewords. They're one of those runes that you find a lot of and you just don't realize just how many things they're in. Dole, yeah, we need to actually move this over here. I need to actually upgrade those. I forget what gem I need, though. I'll look it up real quick. Let's see. Dole goes up with Chipped Emerald. Okay. And it goes into a Hell rune. And it's 3 of them. I'm gonna... Yeah, we'll go ahead and do that. Do we really want to, though? I really kind of don't, because I do end up using Doles a little bit, too. And we haven't even made our white yet. That's cheap right now for a white monarch. It's ridiculous. I mean, I can understand why, because people are wanting to get that stuff now, but... Maybe I should farm some white monarchs. Make myself rich off of trash. And you notice we're burning through a lot less potions. Okay, so onwards, we should be able to beat Act 1 tonight. There's one thing trading in MMOs has taught you, that you ask a guy how much he wants for an item and he says offer. He's going to say LOL to your offer most of the time. Pretty much. It's because people have been taught that you never want to make the first offer. Generally, my rule of thumb is, tell you what, you got this item? Okay, here's what I'll offer you for it. You want it? No? Fine. Bye. Oh, goodness. That does not surprise me in the least. Would I ever sell it for that? Maybe, if I was... Current financial status? Yes, I probably would sell it for that. But normal circumstances, no. I can understand why people do it. Because you kind of have to stay fed and stuff. But I don't understand people who go into it just for the temporary profit. It's like, find something sustainable, my dude. But also, you'd have to... It's really hard to cash out on that 250 through normal methods. I know it's not even ladder. I miss the overpowered Days of Orb. Speaking of insights, this is the weapon that you want to be looking for if you're going to be making insights. Bills. Zod probably is not terribly expensive because it's not terribly useful. The only people who want it is because it's freaking rare or they want to make a Breath of the Dying. Generally speaking, Zod is worth less than Jaw or Bear. At least used to be. Even my hardly ever trading ass knows that. Unfortunately. Because I is nerd. And actually just realized just how many high-level rune words use Bear and Jaw. Bills cap out at 4 sockets, so no matter what, no matter where you find it, no matter what level the enemy that dropped it, because it's exceptional, it's going to be high enough eye level, but no matter where you got it, it's going to end up 4 socket, so you can make the insight in it. And we want that. I heard the pling, but I didn't see where it was. But yeah, bills are kind of like the broadswords. Are they the best weapon? No. If you can find a 4-socket like Thresher or something like that, you're better off. But if you just want a guaranteed 4-socket for meditation, get a bill. Can there be 4-socket items? Yes. You can get 4-socket items just randomly dropping. And if you ever notice me just cast into space, it's because I see something on the screen. Like I saw the orange dots of one of those skeletons, but I was looking at the chat monitor. So I was like, I see orange, I should probably right click.
The monastery on Dariel's stronghold.
Even Yetis fall to me. Oh, for the first time we don't get the one that's the top right. I think this one's top left. I probably am wrong. I come through this area so rarely. And yes, I realize we are not using Fireball very often. That's because I felt like using Orb. I just feel like Orb. See, we still murder with Fireball. It's still good. It's still good. Okay, everything's dead. Next room. Ooh, champion skeletons. Nice. And yes, we can, if we want to like max out damage, you do orb, you do a couple fireballs, another orb, another fireball, stuff like that. I'm usually not that meta. That just full on, I'm clicking as much as possible nonsense. But it is worth noting that a lot of items actually have a cap that's below 4, so not all items can qualify. There's a lot of 3-socket swords, pole arms, stuff like that, that just can't get 4 sockets. I say a lot. It's a couple, like half dozen. There's a lot of armors that can only go to 3. I know he's in here.
It's locked.
Where are you? There you are. And I think we might have accidentally bugged the mercenary at some point, because this guy would have gone after him otherwise. Oh, guided arrow. Back when it could, like, multi-pierce and stuff like that, was broken for PvP. I think they need to bring back Guided Arrow Pierce for PvM, but they need to make it so that you can't use Pierce on players, period. Just got a Stormlash. The Blade Fury Assassin, the Kick Assassin, both can use Stormlash quite effectively. It's one of the kind of like... It's not top tier, but it's like second tier choices for them. And it's extremely powerful. But you can probably get a good chunk of change for that too, because of just its rarity. Especially considering it's a split item. So there's 2 uniques in that slot. So how fast can we go through the jail? Pretty quick, probably.
If there was magic here, it's long gone now.
Okay, that was our level up, though. Level 31. We are currently level 33. Oh, God. Nope. Nope. Ouch. That hurt. Sorry, mercenary, that you died, but you died for our survival. And that's why we keep 1 row of mana potions. I landed right in the middle of that. That sucked. Poor mercenary. I think he even got... No, he didn't get shattered. He just died. You're new to Diablo 2. Is the small mini-map a setting option? Yes. Options, gameplay. Down here in auto map, mini-map left. You can also do mini-map right. Full screen. Yeah. I prefer mini-map left, just because it's easier for me. You're doing solo self-found. You're boosting 2 friends who you've made tons of gear for. Ah, yeah, that one would be really good if any of them are playing an assassin.
Hello.
You're pretty much a noob these days. You just made a Holy Thunder and Rhyme and feel like hot shit because you can effortlessly go through Nightmare with Zeal and Holy Shock. Yeah. I mean, Holy Shock isn't bad. It's just, it's straight up just not bad. Saves your eyes. Yeah, I hate the full screen maps. I don't know how Llama plays with that. It bothers me. Not going to trade, but don't mean you can't give away gear? Ah.
Hello.
But yeah, give that to an assassin. Just, I would literally make an assassin just to use that. It's good enough for that. Dragon Talon or Blade Fury. Generally speaking, with that one, I'd go Dragon Talon, but... Blade Fury, I usually prefer something with ITD. So, can he use this yet? That is 95 strength. I think he should be able to.
Put that to good use.
Yay, he can. We can sell this nonsense. So now he has Life Leech, so he's not going to die quite as quick. Oh, yeah. Even in, like, the original, I keep it in the top left. You have an assassin, what'd you find? He found a Stormlash. It's one of those things that, generally, if you're inexperienced with assassin, you probably won't know the uses for, but... It's good for pretty much any of the ones that carry over effects from your weapons. But yeah, I would generally go Dragon Talon with it. Ooh, faster run walk, Grand Charm. Welcome to Craftville. Think I saw a ghost in there. Nope, it was just gold. I saw the shimmer of gold and thought it was a ghost. Mercenary is fighting a ghost. Mercenary is an idiot, but that's fine.
It's locked.
Let's see. Yeah, these guys, not too much trouble. So this one is exit to the left. Let's see if we can actually do it right this time. There we go. See, you just go straight in those floors and it's just like, everything's dead. I haven't found any unique rings. I have found one set ring. Although I have to say, I did find Eye of Etlik, so it kind of trades off. Dwarf Star? Dwarf Star is not bad. It's not great, though. I'd rather have Ravenfrost. Dwarf Star is one of those that you use if you just don't have something better to use. Do we bug Mercenary again? Nah, he'll be fine. He's just going to die a few times. And I think this guy is cold immune and Nightmare, isn't he? Yeah. He's not fire immune, though. There you go, buddy. You dead, sir? You'd think these hidden rooms would have better stuff in them, considering how tricky they are to spot. I mean, after you know how to spot them, they're not very tricky, but yeah. I do wish that they had, even if it was just like a boss mob in them, that'd be fine. Everyone was mantled. Don't hate on mantled too much. It's an okay ring. It's not good, it's just okay. I'd rather have Nagel rings, but... Because Nagel rings at least help you find more rings. So let's see. Do I want anything in here? Probably not. Oh yeah, those are immune to cold. No, we're going fire mode. This is where Meteor would actually be kind of good because it can trash these super easy. But yeah, I wish the secret rooms actually had like a boss or something in them. That would make me happy. Unless it's a min Magic Find Angel ring. I mean, I'd still even use that. Have you seen the Magic Find rings we have sitting in storage? They are worse than a minimum Nagel.
I need a key.
Just because I haven't bothered shopping for better. That was a risky teleport. I saw the glows and I was like, why not? What's the worst that could be there? Death? Exactly. You would rather have any other unique ring? Aw. I mean, I'm not really bothered either way by unique rings. The only things that I really want right now would be a couple of Bull Kathos and a couple of Stones of Jordan. Said new player questions are welcome, so here we go. You're a level 50 paladin and you want to grind some gear for hell. What should you do? No one really mentions that 50 plus range with their gear only high. What kind of paladin build are you running? Are you doing a Zealot? Are you doing a Hammered In? Are you doing a Oradin? There's a few options. I mean, there's a lot of paladin builds. But yeah, I can give you some like things to aim for. Generally, for most of the builds, I'd say farm for some runes. If you're Hammered In, I would go for spirits. If you are a Zealot, yeah, Hammered Ins. The budget paladin guide on the channel can go into more detail, but I would go for a spirit sword and shield. And then just like smoke armor or something like that. Just something to get you some resists. You are going to struggle with Hell Maggot Layer, but other than that, you should be fine. But yeah, spirit for the sword and shield, and then smoke for your armor. Just to kind of get you kind of balanced out. For the spirit shield, you'll need a paladin shield. You'll want to use your normal socket quest to get your sword, and your nightmare socket quest to get your shield. Unless you happen to find a 4-socket. Yeah, the budget hammer build is what I would recommend for that. And generally speaking, farm in Nightmare until about your 70s, unless you're really confident in your killing abilities with it. Smoke armor is really nice. Maggot layer is a pain in the ass for everybody. Your hammers fly away, though. Yeah, they... It depends on how far into Nightmare you are. For your spirit weapons, yeah, Nightmare Countess is fine. And that spider was just kindly just standing there staring at me. No problem. If you need more clarification, feel free to come back and ask, and I will do what I can to help. Everyone's starting somewhere. When can you find a 4-socket Monarch? Hell difficulty, usually. I mean, technically you can find it in late Nightmare, but chances are you're not gonna. Paladin shields, you can start finding 4-socket as soon as Nightmare starts. So, if you're gonna farm for Monarchs, I would farm Hell Cows with, like, absolutely no magic find. And there's our level up again. Let's see, I'm gonna get healing potion. I think I should still be fine to keep going strength for a little while. You were rushing your friends through Act 2 Hell. We did Maggot as a Zookeeper, Necro, Wind Druid, and Hammerden. The Wind Druid probably did everything. Oh, lordy. Yeah, Nightmare Eldritch is actually kind of nice because he'll kill everything else around him, which can drop those broadswords as well. Usually I try and get mine a little bit earlier than that, but it's fine either way. Normal cows can give you the base for a 4-socket sword as well, but you have to manually socket them. Because they'll drop as 3 in there. Whereas in Nightmare, they can drop as 4. Ow. I shouldn't have walked in there. I knew there was going to be pain. I heard them grunting. Oh, extra fast, pain in the ass. Okay.
Thanks.
Overseer and Eldritch, Act 5, the waypoint, the very first waypoint that you get outside of town is called Frigid Highlands. You warp there. Eldritch is going to be just north of you, and Overseer, which is Shank, is going to be just south of you from that waypoint. And a lot of people like farming them for early experience and stuff like that. It's not good for late game experience, but in normal difficulty, you can easily get up into your 40s doing that. Nightmare difficulty, you can get up into your 70s doing that. Hell difficulty, don't bother doing it. You should be farming somewhere else. You wasted like 3 perfect amethysts today trying to 4-socket a scepter, and you just found one. I'm sorry. You want to save Larsic for some uniques later on? Okay. That's fine. I mean, it doesn't hurt anything to do that. There's also just the strategy of making a throwaway character that you're going to use as a mule and just get them to Act 5. That way you can actually equip the stuff that they're holding as a mule on them to an extent, and you can have the socket quests for them. I usually do take my mules through Act 5 normal. Just for that reason. At least I did back in the day. That and to perm them back in the day, but thankfully you don't have to do that now. Took your Amazon quick to 70 doing that in Pindle? Yeah. We're probably going to get through the Sorceress at relatively low levels, by the way, for those of you that are curious. Because this build is... It's not completely broken, it's just so much easier to go through stuff with. So let's see. We're currently level 34. This is about when I'd be beating normal difficulty with a character. If I wasn't just like rushing through. Okay, so this is level 4. I think we got the waypoint. That's going to get sold. That's going to get kept, and kept. And actually, I do want to kill the guys in here. I was thinking, I'll just teleport about past them and go after. I might do that later when I'm higher level and want to farm some rings off of her to try and get SOJ, but if you're looking for Stones of Jordan, Nightmare and Dariel is the place to go. Still think that's a good idea for multiple quest sockets, yeah. You may notice I haven't used the socket quest on this character yet. That is because I am saving it. And that's Eyes and Hearts. I still need the helmet, so I'm going to go ahead and grab it. And yes, I am going for the full Eyes and Hearts set, which is, I know, a stupid thing. Also, to test build on mules for research purposes, yeah, you do get a free respec on them. This is another way you can get a 4-socket. These can be, if I remember correctly, these can be 4-socket. I might be thinking wrong on that. I usually use Volges for Malice and normal, that and Scythes. And do we melt her? Probably. She's going to end up killing my mercenary, though. Stand still. Thank you. Come down here where we don't have friends. Thank you. Ouch. And if we can get it to pop on her, that even does way more damage because she's large. Poor mercenary just got murdered. You sold like 7 Eyes and Hearts helmets in the past 2 days. Yeah, you're going to get a lot of them. The Eyes and Hearts part that's actually hard to find is the shield. The rest of it, you get 1 million of them. What's easier to learn as a beginner? Summon Necromancer or Poison Nova Necromancer? Bone Necromancer is the easiest one. I would probably say Summon would be second. Just because Poison does require specific gear, whereas Summon requires a lot of patience in normal, but it gets easy in Nightmare and Hell. Yeah, the music in this is really well done. Well done. There we go. Just like my grammar. Of course, we want to go to Act 2.
Yes?
Go east! But yeah, as a beginner, I would say Summoner. Also because Summoner can be gotten and used through normal. Poison Nova Necromancer, you're not going to start seeing until late normal, early Nightmare. Because of level 30 skills. The big issue with Summoner you're going to run into is bosses are going to wreck your face in normal. In Nightmare and Hell, not so much, because you'll have plenty of points and the skills to actually keep them alive. In normal, generally speaking, Diablo is going to like one-shot your entire army, and you're going to probably be cussing. Whereas the rest of them is just like, whatever. Traded a pair of Drax yesterday for an ist and an Seriously? Someone's wanting their smiters for hunting Ubers. That's what they're probably getting them for. There is a better option, which is the Runeword Exile. But yeah. Let's see. Lysander, trade. Potions, potions. And if we wanted him to survive longer, we could have actually given him an antidote potion beforehand. I didn't want to bother with it. That can get sold. And yes, we are keeping a 3% cold resist small charm because, yeah, we don't even have max cold resist right now. Online is indeed working. Although I'm not necessarily the best person to ask on that because I have had pretty good luck with it since launch. I think we had to go down twice on the first day and not ever since. So, thought because of the health issue with Necromancer dying fast, a Bone Mancer would be a dilemma to survival. No. Bone Mancer's amazing. Bone Mancer is, if I'm going to do hardcore online, Bone Mancer's going to be my #1 pick. There's one for hitting 99 in hardcore. Wonder how many people are going to get that. Probably quite a few. There's probably going to be people who they'll go through with a Necromancer or a Assassin. Just go through once, get some base gear for a Sorceress, transfer that over to their Sorceress. In hardcore, get to 99, just farming Chaos Sanctuary and stuff like that. And if you can do it in single player, even easier. The reason why the Bone Necro is so strong is because you basically, your offense and defense are all synergies. By the way. Because what you do is you get 1 point in bone armor. You max out spear. And then you start dumping points into bone prison and bone wall. So you end up with like hundreds of damage absorption for physical with bone armor, which will get you surviving most physical damage sources in hell difficulty, even. You've yet to refine your Bone Mancer. Yes, there is. The budget Necromancer guide is a Bone Mancer. A Bone Wall even worth leveling up? Yes. It's a synergy. And the Bone Wall versus Bone Prison argument is kind of a big one. The difference between them, Bone Wall will cost more. Why am I not? There we go. Bone Wall will cost more mana, but it doesn't need a target. Bone Prison needs a target. No problem. I'm glad it was helpful. And if you do need more details, I do have that budget guide. Bone Wall, like if I wanted to say, see if there's enemies around this corner here, I couldn't do that with Bone Prison because I wouldn't be able to target them. With Bone Wall, I could cast a Bone Wall right there, and it has a massive aggro radius, so it would attract things from like every corner thing, and they'd pile up on the wall, letting me Bone Spear through it, doing a ton of damage. Diablo, are you... in normal, I don't think he does, but I'm pretty sure I actually had him use Bone Prison on me in hell. It might have been in single player, though. Okay, extra strong aura enchanted, that's fine. Yeah. But his Bone Prison, it's kind of one of those weird things, like, he has to have just the right AI setup to actually trigger it. Ooh, and we got a Blood Letter. That's actually not bad either. We're getting a lot of Zeal-friendly things here. This is not great, not terrible. It's actually fairly decent for a Sword Barbarian early on as well. If you go, like, Sword Frenzy, this is a good mid-level kind of weapon for it. Not the best thing ever, but it's decent. Yeah, Bone Prison is a pain in the ass whenever he casts it, because it's pretty much guaranteed death if you're at all squishy. Because his stuff generally ignores things that you put in the way. His Fire Nova, his Firestorm, his Lightning Hose all ignore all the nonsense. And a trick for these guys is move perpendicular to them. Check out the video on how to make a Bone Mancer. But yeah, Bone Mancer is easily the best starter Necromancer. There will be people who will argue until they're blue in the face that Summoner's better. Fishy Mancer, go. yeah, for farming, those are amazing builds, but for getting through the game, you need to get through the game. And the summoner is just not good in normal. You keep getting crystal swords here. Yeah, I do notice that this place does tend to have that, and scimitars drop a lot. I don't know specifically why. It's probably just the treasure classes, but here I wouldn't try to socket the crystal swords or you'll end up disappointed. Regardless of whether you're finding them in normal or nightmare, they'll get too many sockets if you're finding them in nightmare. They'll get too few sockets if you're finding them in normal. So you want a poison necro, you'll start with a bone necro, then respec at high level? Yeah. That's pretty much what I would usually recommend. As far as the pick the way to kill the first enemy and then corpse explode, that is a strategy a lot of people use, and it's not weak. Corpse explosion does not scale with number of players, but even with 8 players, it does enough damage to be worth casting. And it's one of the fastest ways to do cows. So yeah, corpse explosion is always going to be good regardless of your build. But generally speaking, if I'm not feeling like swapping skills a lot, I'll just stick with just bone and just go through, or just stick with poison and just go through. It takes a couple seconds longer, but less skill swapping. You may notice I'm not swapping skills a lot with this either. You enjoyed playing a summoner once and you got to Diablo and your bony boys just couldn't stay alive for 5 seconds. Yep. That's how normal goes for the Summon Mancer. I mean, you can do Bone Necro and then switch to Summoner in Nightmare and do perfectly fine. They use similar gear. It's not a bad thing. And yes, I know we're sitting on skill points. But yes, Summoner Necros are good for farming things like cows. They're called Fishy Mancers. What you do is you telestomp a target with all your little buddies in tow, and they all are on top of the target hitting it. And then you start, after that first one dies, you start corpse exploding everything. And that's a Fishy Mancer. And with a massive radius corpse explosion, you're going to be hitting a lot of things. Of course, you want to amp damage before you teleport, but... let's go ahead and grab all those. Now, your friend has been doing Summoner, but he doesn't want to use his skill points. Why? 160 unallocated stat points. Well, stat points isn't too bad, but skill points would be. You had to pay for a new video card and processor for your PC to play this game. Ooh, ouch. That is a pretty penny. Just make sure that the processor you have doesn't suffer from the AVX issue. And you should be okay. And yeah, this is why I like Orb and Nightmare especially. It's just like, nah, we're not caring that anything exists. We're fine. Attract works well in cows, yeah. Confuse isn't too bad either for just kind of keeping them in place, but Attract is better. KS Sanctuary and Hell difficulty. Oh, geez, yeah. I was guessing by the amount of stat points that you meant that, but even then, as a summoner, you actually don't have to worry about it that much. It's kind of sad. Summoners and stat points, you can ignore them for a lot of it. Just clearing him a path to Radamant. Oh, we're aiming a little bit too far past. There you go, Radamant. Nope, don't. Oh, he's going to kill the mercenary. It's fine. We're not even going to waste resources on him. We'll res him with the money at your feet, Radamant. I just pressed the wrong button for mana. Ouch. There you go, my good sir.
What a misguided monster.
Who does repair and Kurast? I'm forgetting his name. Haratli. There we go. He is... Go to your stash. You should see a bridge just south of you. Go across that bridge and keep heading in that direction, and he'll pop up in the southeast corner of town. Basically, in older processors, there's an instruction set that isn't present in that newer processors have. Older processors don't. So what happens is this uses those instruction sets to do some things. So what happens on the older processors is it just won't run. You'll get a crash as soon as you try to launch it. You just beat the same quest on hell difficulty. Congratulations. It's an extra skill point. Skill points are always welcome.
Greetings.
But yeah. What does Gamble do? Gives you a random, like, here, I'll load up some money and show. It's easier to demonstrate than to explain. If we're gonna do it, we're gonna do it right. Oh yeah, we have to talk to her first. Hey, Anya, where are you at? There you go. Or Atma, whatever your name is. But Gamble basically gets it so you can get a random magic, rare, set, or unique of the item that you're gambling on. And I just did that like old school. Okay, let's go ahead and refresh this. I want to find light-plated gloves. Of course, it's not going to give them to me. I want to show it off. I don't want to just sit here. Oh, we just cycled past them. There we go. Light-plated gloves, you get random magical, rare, set, or unique. And here we got some rares and we got some magic. Nothing that we really want, so we can sell them back. But usually it's a really low chance to get any set or unique items. So it's usually just a waste of money unless you're like late game or you just don't have a need for any of the money. So, like right now, we don't necessarily need all this money, so we're just dumping it into this to see what kind of items we get. Nothing too amazing. But we do have a chance of getting a unique from this. You remember when you were first played this game as a 12-year-old, you had no idea how RPG mechanics works. You somehow made it to the end of Act 4 using some crappy white items and skills because you didn't know. Oh, you didn't know you could swap them. Granted, you played as a barbarian, so it was somewhat... Yeah, because he's just naturally tanky. He tanky boy. Oh, that's actually semi-tempting. But it doesn't have increased attack speed, so no. Are we going to get Mage Fist doing this? Probably not. Those would be okay Magic Find gloves. These are okay resist gloves. I think those might actually be better than what we have. Let's see, lightning resist or cold resist. I think the lightning resist ones are better. Even though it's less Magic Find. And we'll do one more round of the gambles. Nope, 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 and nope. Oh, no skills? Yeah, that's definitely doable as a barbarian if you're doing stats. There's a challenge for doing that as well. we got some basic Magic Find stuff there. Those might actually be better gloves. What do our resists look like with that? Inventory? There we go. I mean, we're at 75 lightning resist regardless, so it's probably not important that we get that lightning resist there. We can use that on another character. Because that's actually not bad resist. They probably have plenty of similarly politically driven names blocked. There's also a bug with names where it will just randomly block things, but I mean, I'd block those. I actually did block somebody on the server who had that as a name. Just saying. And I had forgotten to put mastery point in there, so we're going to put that in there now. Just because it provides a significant boost. So anyway, we've done the skill quest. We've gotten our discount. We've gotten all that fun stuff.
Who goes there?
We're going to resurrect Kasim. And do we want to try... it is getting pretty late, and I actually do have to be up early tomorrow. I will try to stream tomorrow. I can't promise it, but I think I'm going to go ahead and call it there. We'll get the staff and stuff. We'll probably do Act 2 and Act 3 next time we stream. Maybe Act 4 as well, because Act 4 is relatively quick. But my voice is getting a bit raspy if you couldn't tell, and I need to finish editing that video, so I'm going to go ahead and call it there. If you guys enjoyed this, be sure to like and subscribe or follow or whatever you want. If you want to support the channel, there's, of course, the membership here or on Patreon. Even on Twitch helps. Although, if you subscribe over there, that's more for art stuff. The Patreon is for both of the above. This one's just for this channel. And yeah. Keep gaming, have fun, and peace out. Thank you everyone for joining in, and I will see you guys next time. Bye.